need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello Nigeria, hello Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Tafawa Balewa Square, TBS. Tafawa Balewa Square was initially used as a horsing ground called Lagos Race Course. The edifice was constructed by General Yakubu Gowon in 1972 and named after Nigeria's first Prime Minister, Sir Tafawa Balewa. Tafawa Balewa Square is located at 45/57 Marcy Bangboshe Street on Lagos Island, Lagos, and referred to as TBS. TBS is a 50,000-seater capacity venue and houses the Remembrance Arcade, the 26-story Independence House, which at a time was the country's tallest building. When Lagos served as the country's seat of government, the National Assembly Complex was within the TBS. Also in the square are the National Broadcasting Commission Office, the Nigerian Hydrological Services Agency Office, shopping centers, travel agencies, restaurants, car parking lots, and a bus terminal. Tafawa Balewa Square is adorned with beautiful statues of white horses and red eagles, symbols of strength and dignity. Our historic neighbors include the King's College and the Holy Cross Cathedral. Tafawa Balewa Square hosted some of the country's memorable events, such as the Independence Day in 1960, when Nigeria gained independence from Britain, the Armed Forces Remembrance Day, which is celebrated annually on January 15. The edifice is a national cultural asset. We've got just what you need right here at Femi Wash Media. Call it the Midas Touch, and you wouldn't be wrong. Let us record, produce, mix, and master your audio like nobody does. Reach us on our contact today for the best quality job.
Hello and welcome to the Media News on SOUQ Television. I am Umivi Idolo. Now let's begin. The Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee says virtual currencies, including cryptocurrencies, will now be taxed under Nigeria's new fiscal reform framework. Committee Chairman Taiwo Oyedele announced the policy shift during a public lecture, noting that the amendment brings digital assets into country's formal tax net. He explained that while virtual currency transactions are not taxable, capital market gains remain exempt, creating a strategic incentive for young investors to channel funds into regulated markets. Oyedele warned that the misinformation has discouraged many young Nigerians from investing in the capital market, stressing that returns on regulated securities are tax-free and often more stable than volatile digital assets. He added that the new tax law also mandates government to reserve funds for tax refunds, improving transparency and accountability. The committee is partnering with the National Orientation Agency to translate the reform into local languages and strengthen awareness, particularly at the grassroots. The Lagos state government says it can raise more than 400 billion naira annually for healthcare funding if 20 million residents enroll in the state health insurance scheme. Commissioner for Health, Akin Abayomi, announced the projection that the launch of the Lagos Private Health Partnership, a new reform designed to expand insurance penetration, unify health financing, and strengthen access to quality care. He said the estimate is based on an average premium of 20,000 per enrollee and warned that without mass participation, the state cannot build a functional, equitable insurance ecosystem. Abayomi explained that the framework introduces a unified digital marketplace to end past inefficiencies, enforce value-driven competition, and improve transparency in fund flow and service delivery. Mandatory insurance enrollment under Ilera Eco will be fully enforced after a sensitization window, supported by a new solidarity fund requiring private insurers to contribute 13% of premiums toward vulnerable groups. Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu described the reforms as a historic step that will strengthen private sector health delivery, and protect households from catastrophic health spending. And Kano State Governor Abba Yusuf has presented a 1.368 trillion naira budget for the 2026 fiscal year, prioritizing large-scale capital investment to accelerate human development and infrastructure renewal. The proposal allocates 68% to capital expenditure, driven by major commitments to education, infrastructure, and health, which together account for over 960 billion naira. The governor said the plan reflects a deliberate shift towards strengthening human capital, expanding essential services and delivery projects that anchor long-term growth. He noted that agriculture, security, commerce, water supply, environment, tourism, and support for women, youth, and people with special needs also feature prominently in the spending plan. Yusuf described the budget as a realistic framework aligned with citizens' aspirations and urged lawmakers to expedite approval to convert fiscal intentions into measurable outcomes for residents. Nigeria imported raw materials worth 1.72 trillion naira from Asia in the first half of 2025, accounting for 48.84% of total raw materials imports within the period, according to the National Bureau of Statistics. This figure sharply outweighs imports from the Americans, which stood at 722.29 billion naira, reflecting a 138.8% gap. The surge underscores Nigeria's growing reliance on Asian markets for industrial input, despite abundant local resources. Analysts note that the gap is driven by limited domestic processing capacity, high production costs, and infrastructure deficit, which force manufacturers to source cheaper processed alternatives abroad. Economists and industrial stakeholders warn that the trend poses long-term risks to local industrialization. They urge the federal government to ramp up investment in processing industries and incentivize local raw materials development, or risk continued trade imbalances and vulnerability to foreign supply shocks. The Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority, NCAA, has fined Qatar Airways 5 million naira for violating consumer protection rules regarding the treatment of Nigerian passengers. This action marks a firmer regulatory approach by the agency toward international airlines operating within Nigeria's airspace. The sanction was revealed on Wednesday by NCAA Director of Public Affairs and Consumer Protection, Michael Achimugu, via a post on X. He said the fine follows months of investigation into incidents that occurred in September 2025, while the airline was accused of failing to meet obligations under Part 19 of the NCAA Regulations 2023. NCAA had early raised concerns over Qatar Airways' handling of delays and passengers' care obligations. Industry observers said the penalty signals NCAA's intention to enforce compliance more aggressively, ensuring that airlines respect passengers' rights and adhere strictly to Nigerian aviation standards. That's it on the news. Many thanks for watching. Please do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Umevi Idolo. Coming up shortly is Just Africa. Stay with us.
Nigeria leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses, both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, The success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather.
From the early days of humanity, when people roamed the earth unclothed, to the Stone Age, when leaves and natural materials were used for modesty, clothing has undergone a remarkable transformation. As we progress to the weaving of fabrics and the art of textile printing, Ankara emerged as one of the earliest and most distinctive forms of attire. Today, Ankara has evolved beyond its origins, becoming a significant cultural symbol for various ethnic groups, states, and nations. Ankara, more than just a fabric, it's a symbol of pride and culture for millions across West Africa, deeply embedded in their identity and heritage. I bet you've been in touch with this fabric one way or the other, but have you ever asked where and how it all began? The journey and history of Ankara is what we are about to uncover, and how it became a powerful emblem of African heritage. The story of Ankara begins not in Africa, but thousands of miles away in Indonesia, using the batik techniques. Batik is an ancient Indonesian art from where wax is used to create different patterns on fabric. The process involves applying wax to certain areas of the fabric to resist dye, creating elaborate designs. In the 19th century, Dutch colonizers who controlled Indonesia recognized the appeal of batik and then sought to replicate it. They adapted the technique using industrial methods such as roller printing to produce the fabric more efficiently and in larger quantities. Talking about its transition to West Africa, Dutch manufacturers initially aimed to sell the printed batik fabric in Indonesia and Europe. However, fabric found a more enthusiastic market in West Africa, where it was embraced for its vibrant colors and patterns. The Dutch prints, while not initially popular in Europe, became highly prized in West African countries, evolving into what is now known as Ankara. How about its cultural integration? Well, the exact individual or company responsible for introducing batik to the African market is not well documented, but over time, Ankara became deeply integrated into West African culture, symbolizing various aspects of identity, status, and tradition. Despite its Indonesian origins, it is now predominantly recognized as a quintessential element of African fashion. It is clear that the adaptation and adoption of batik by Dutch traders played a crucial role in the fabric's journey to West Africa. By the early 20th century, these vibrant fabrics had become deeply embedded in the West African culture, from bustling markets to family gatherings. Ankara was more than just clothing. It was a statement of identity, social status, and unity. Even today, Ankara continues to hold a special place in West African society, alongside other widely recognized fabrics, reflecting the region's rich textile heritage.
Talking about human civilization and the remarkable transformation of covering our body, Ankara fabric stands out with a deep historical root. Let's take a look at some of the beautiful collections and hear from one of the biggest retailer in Balogun Market, Lagos Island.
I deal in what do you call it, Ankara fabrics. We have the big one, which is vegetable block wax. That's the bigger range. You have the medium range. There are also vegetable block wax. So those are the two types of category that we sell. We buy from wholesalers, which is on the mainland. Then we resell. Like people use it for ashwebi. Some people use it for ready to wear, like tailors. They use it for ready to wear. And some people just buy it for maybe like a mini celebration or in short, all celebration, all ceremony and celebration. So this one now, this is a medium high target, vegetable block wax. This is a medium one. If you touch it, you will see the texture. It's not that 100% cotton. So compared to this one is a big one. Yeah. So when you touch it, you see the difference. This big one, this medium.
This is big, this is medium.
Yes. That's the difference. This has more quality than this. So that's the difference. And it's not that this one is bad. It's just that some people's pocket that will determine if you can go for big. Some don't like the medium one, so they go for this. They base on this. Why some that can't afford this, they just buy this.
So the rest is just about design.
Yes.
The two types that you have here.
Yes.
The rest is just about design, different designs.
It's not.
As West Africa gained independence in the 1960s, Ankara's popularity soared. It became a symbol of African pride, a rejection of colonial influences, and an embrace of cultural heritage. From everyday wear to high fashion, Ankara represented a new era of self-expression.
We are playing with this machine. We have this time. So you can leave it for 5 minutes, you can leave it for 3 minutes, depends on how strong you want it to be. So and as long as you can keep it for that a couple of times, that's how it will last.
Will last, okay.
And another thing that make it fade off easily is washing machine.
Oh.
Yeah, when you are using a washing machine.
So it should be hand washed, not.
Not so strong wash. You know, Ankara is not something that, especially when it's adult clothes. You know, it's not something that you rub on the floor. It's just some particular places to wash.
Ankara is for both sex, male and female. And we have adopted it as an African way. Even some of our brothers have brought this technique outside to show as an African way. A lot of people see it as the easiest fabric that you can take and make anything that you want out of it. That's why no matter how dope the market is, there are influx of artists going out. And you know it's not only in Lagos, when you bring it out, about people with all sorts of places. So that is how we spread. So you'll be surprised that you are sitting down here, you will see design today, tomorrow you will not see it again. So there are some trends in Ankara. There are some outfit that is like, well, you can't specify now because anybody can wear anything. But you see some colors that are too sharp. You see, they say that is outside color. Igbos like dull color, yellowish. And you know there are some like this one that is here now. Is an Igbo uniform. That's fragrance stuff. An Igbo uniform. If you see, go to.
Okay.
If you go to function, you see things like that. And if you go to market, it's a separate kind. The price is different. It doesn't move like the others.
Okay.
So you have to buy with caution.
Today, Ankara is not just a fabric, it's a global phenomenon worn by millions.
Hello and welcome to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. You know, here we explore the people, the ideas and the movements shaping our continent's future. We bring down trends, spotlight opportunities and tell the business stories differently. I am Omivi Idolo and I have with me in the studio Ambulu Emmanuel.
You're always my favorite person, so you know you cannot deny that.
What are you feeling like?
All right, thank you so much, our viewers, for joining us again for another interesting conversation. And today I'm excited. I'm electric because we're talking energy, and we've got
electrified.
Yes, as the word is. And I like the person that we're even talking to because she kind of not just encompasses that field of energy. She's also a lawyer. I know, I like lawyers.
Yeah. We had a lawyer yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah.
you know when lawyers speak, they always have this gumption when they talk, and they carry this kind of charisma, and you have to listen, otherwise they will sue you.
Exactly. So, with global energy markets shifting rapidly and the continent facing rising demand for electricity, like Obulu said, energy security has become a central challenge for economic growth, industrialization, and climate transition. While renewable energy technologies offer promise, fossil fuels still dominate many African economies, creating tension between energy security, affordability, and sustainability. So today, we'll talk about energy security and Africa's transition future. Amulu, energy security and Africa's transition future. How do we see that? Are we really sure?
Do you know the interesting part of it? Right now, they are doing COP30 in Brazil, right? And one of the things they're always talking about is how can we get better energy without fossil fuel? Or how can we get better so that our climate is not worse?
Yeah.
Africa still depends largely for fossil fuel for their electricity. And you want us to get away. We don't have the money to do it. At COP30, they're asking for money. The last time the money, in fact, the next conversation we're going to have, the money that they're asking for is how do I put, like 1/10 of what we need. So you see that we are so far back, and the changes need to start happening now. Otherwise, we may not. We're not talking about light anymore. We're talking about we have the resources. Quite right. Many people are even plundering it. And how do we convert those resources that we have for our own sake? Yeah. Because the same people are going to beg to give us money to fix the problem are coming to mine from what you have to fix their own problem. So you are not even, they'll just give you the money, like they're buying off what the resources that you have, and then you're still suffering. So what do we get?
I think that's the need for energy security. We really have to see, okay, how do we secure this? Okay, maybe not just for today, but when we talk about energy in Africa, we've had that issues for since before also.
I just hope it doesn't get into, because the last time I had a conversation around climate, this same climate people, I told them, I said, we'll wait next year, we'll come and talk about this thing again.
Yeah.
20 years, we'll still talk about this thing again. We'll be talking about this thing.
Talking about it again and again. Yet
it looks like everybody's just thinking about only the money part of it. Can we talk about, how these things affect maybe our health? Or the resources that we have, can we use our resources to fix our own problems? How can we plant more trees? Remember the last time we had the Ethiopian guy, and he was talking about, they now had cars that now use electric cars, how they are now using trees per provinces. And I'm like, these are not so much hard options that we can explore.
Yes, they are really something that every country in Africa can actually do. And I think the need is now or never, because if we cannot get it now with the way the world is going, with the way everyone is moving away from fossil fuel, I think although they say Africa is one of the continents that do not consume so much energy or do not contribute so much on it, but like that, well, however it is.
We are those that suffer.
Exactly, that's my point. Whether you want to paint it that Africa is not contributing so much to the ozone, to the destruction of the ozone layer and the rest, we are still facing it. But right now, it is not in our place to tell you how we'll be able to secure that. It's not in our place to tell you how energy, the future of Africa's energy will be. We have a brilliant, beautiful, elegant guest in the studio. I know you're eager to meet the person, but we'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, you will meet this beautiful lady. Stay with us. Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa. We apologize for that short break. Yeah, today's episode aims to unpack Africa's path towards energy transition, highlighting legal, regulatory, and investment considerations that shape the continent's energy future. And today, our guest, Sandra Ehino Osinachi Nwandim, brings a wealth of experience in oil and gas law, energy transactions, and policy advocacy to explore these complex issues. Sandra Osinachi is a senior associate at Tokbe Adebayo LPA. I hope I get that right. Yeah. She is also a chief columnist at SON Energy Digest. Sandra's experience as a legal expert and columnist equips her to provide both strategic and technical perspective on how African countries can navigate energy transition without compromising energy security. I told you she's beautiful and very intelligent.
You will be blushing on your behalf.
Sandra, welcome
Thank
to
you
the
so
show.
much. Thank you so much.
Isn't she
it's
beautiful?
great.
No, she is. Okay, I admit to you. I admit she is.
Yeah, I was
Thank
getting to the studio.
Thank you so much. It was easy because of Emmanuel. Emmanuel made it easy for me.
I'm a nice person. I like to do
We
that.
agree. Don't blow your own trumpet.
Thank you.
It's great to be here.
Yeah. Welcome to the show. Okay, so first of all, when we talk about Africa's future energy, what does that mean to the average Nigerian? Because most time when we talk about energy, people think it is that energy we are using to do work. Yes, so we are talking about the security of African energy and the future of it. Well, how do you explain that to an average African that is watching right now?
Okay. Africa's energy is always expedient. Like you rightly said, it's been a problem that has been there since you were little, when you were born, even before you were born. But it's always expedient, and a lot still has to be done. So energy has to do with power. Energy is electricity. Energy is transportation. Energy is industrialization. Energy is what you and I use for our livelihoods. Energy is business. Energy is investment. Energy is like the single thread that keeps an economy running. It's like the oxygen. I always describe it as the oxygen of industrialization, the oxygen of livelihood. Without light, we can't achieve a lot of things. So that is, energy is just light. It's globalization, it's industrialization, it's illumination.
So, I mean, everybody's talking about renewable energy, but Africa as a continent depends so much on fossil fuels.
Yes.
How does that impact or impede our transitioning? Because, I mean, we want to transition to something else now. But since we're already where we are, does that hamper our changes?
Well, if done responsibly, I wouldn't say it hampers energy transition, and I'm going to lay it bare. So Africa's energy transition, or Africa's security story, it's one of, I'll say, opportunity, because the demands are there. We have real climate goals to meet. The demands are there, which are usually filled by, fossil fuels. But we still have real climate goals to meet. So it's usually people will say it's renewables versus hydrocarbons, but I don't like to say that. I like to say it's renewables versus reality. What is our reality? Yes, we need to transition, but what is Africa's reality? So let's break that down. So for Africa, the energy transition picture isn't a wholesome picture. It's kind of a mosaic because we have different parts of Africa relying on different sources of energy. Right? So we have the Northern and Western Africa, for example, Nigeria, Ghana, Libya, Ethiopia, Algeria. These countries rely heavily on fossil fuel. They rely on diesel to power the industries, while we have other parts of Africa, like Central Africa, like South Africa, Southern Africa. Like South Africa is still very much dependent on coal. They have 70% of their energy comes from coal. They have a large coal fleet. And they say coal is actually a dirty source.
Yes, it is.
Then you have Central Africa, like countries like Senegal, countries like Kenya, and some other, Ethiopia, Eastern and Central Africa. They are actually still dependent on fossil fuel, but we can see that they are moving strategically and they are making progress with their transition journey, right? For example, Kenya now is getting up to 45% base load of its energy from geothermal energy.
Wow.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Rwanda is getting up to 30% of its baseload energy from solar, from distributed solar and wind energy. So,
okay, so is it not possible for African countries to balance energy security and, or how do I call it? No, not transition per se, renewable energies. Is it not possible for them to be able to balance this together? One does not just have to depend on the transition alone. Okay, a particular country is doing this, another country is using the fossil fuel. Is it possible to balance both? Okay, let's make use of both at the same time.
Of course. Like I said when I was speaking at first, it doesn't have to be renewables versus hydrocarbons. They can work together. We can have two truths coexist at the same time. Because for, like I said, Western Africa, Northern Africa, we are still very dependent on fossil fuels, right? And where is the source of fossil fuels? The source of fossil fuels is the oil and gas fields, gas, petroleum, crude oil, right? Diesel, those fuels. And even if Africa now is kind of, Africa now is, or Nigeria now is, we're in a decade of gas because we're looking for cleaner ways to transition while still maintaining the fact that we have to explore our natural resources because we have it in abundance. So the idea, I was at the African Energy Week, and the idea, I was going to ask you that. And the idea behind the African Energy Week, which I love so much, thanks to SOUQ and the team at the African Energy Week, what they're doing there, it's so beautiful. Is Africa doesn't have to be forced to transition on the terms of the Western world. We have our own transition journey, and we have to take it at our own pace. So transitioning doesn't have to be one over the other. It has to be layered, right? How do we do this? We do this through policy. We do this through responsible asset management, right? Policy drives everything. Policy and implementation. I wouldn't just say policy because our laws, we have the laws.
Yes,
they have the laws. Nigeria, for example, we have good laws. We have the Electricity Act. We have the Petroleum Industry Act. We have a lot of presidential orders which are being codified now. And they are very good on paper. But how is the implementation? That is where the gap usually is. So definitely we can transition at the same time, but we have to manage our assets responsibly. If you want me to go deeper into that, I can talk about it.
Please go ahead.
How to manage our assets responsibly.
Before you go, is that the energy security? Because does that mean you put policemen in front of where transformers are? No.
Energy security. So energy security has to do majorly with, I would say, 4 elements. Energy security is reliability, affordability, accessibility, and then the last one, availability. Those are the 4 elements of energy security. So if it's accessible and it's not affordable, we will not say we are secured. We don't have it. It's accessible, it's there, but it's very expensive for the common man, for the last mile user. So those are the 4 elements of energy security. It's not physical.
And do you think these elements are really the citizens, the people? Do they have knowledge of these 4 elements you mentioned?
I would say it still has to do with the elite class. So when we talk about transition, when we talk about climate goals, when we talk about emissions, when we talk about global shift, the common man feels, oh, what does that have to do with me?
Exactly.
But it's the world. You're in the world. You're in the globe. It has everything to do with you.
If we don't have to fix that problem, everybody, all hands literally has to be on deck. So I think the first thing is how do we even educate them to even understand? You just mentioned before now, I'm sure 90%, let me not say everybody, 90% of the African population don't even know this.
Yes.
Because for it to be secure, you just mentioned there are 4 pillars that need to stand.
Yes.
So even if there's one leg that is not there, it's not complete.
It's not balanced.
Yes, it's not
So how do we even educate people to get to that place where they will understand affordability? Exactly. And then, okay, we want to transition.
No, they will understand affordability because everybody knows it's not cheap. But availability, reliability, they may really not understand those.
So how do we make them understand?
Conversations like this?
Conversations like this, conferences, right? But it's still, there's still a problem. It's still the
At least that we go. So, again, look, I understand.
But they're taking it now to the rural communities, like the Rural Electrification Program, which is backed up by policies, backed up under the some of those policies we have, electricity policies, where the women in the village, they are enlightened to go for clean cooking, to use gas. But how does gas even get to the last mile user? For example, a woman in Zamfara, a community in Zamfara, how does she get gas? So we also need infrastructure. The AKK, these infrastructures, they've been lagging for a long time. They have to come on stream because gas has to move to the northern part. They have to move to the crevices, not just us in Lagos who are blessed and lucky.
Are there legal barriers? I mean, you work for a law firm. Are there legal frameworks or regulatory frameworks that inhibits or hampers the way energy transition needs to happen in Nigeria, in Africa? Because the truth of the matter is, look, many people don't even know that it is a problem. So imagine you see somebody who is infringing on it and then you go sue the person. The person says, I don't even know. I mean, how are there laws? Or because you did mention that there are so many laws, right?
Yes.
We already have them. But are there the ones that currently don't make this transition easy or possible?
Yes. So I always say you may have the best solar or wind resources in your country, in Africa, but without laws, they are as good as not being useful to the last mile user. Okay. So there are laws for Nigeria, for example. We have the Electricity Act, which is very good. It has come on stream. It has made it mandatory for a certain percentage of power to be generated from renewable energy sources like biomass, like wind, like solar. And then it's trying to make it cost reflective, which also goes back to the issue of affordability. Then we also have the Petroleum Industry Act, of course. It was on stream for over 20 years, but thank God it was finally passed, which is really good for investors. Let's just hope it's not changed. So first of all, to answer your question, I would say predictability in our laws, which is really, really important. Investors want to know that their investments are bankable. And legal predictability has a lot to do with if an investment is bankable or not. Right? So I was at an event, I think a month ago, and I spoke about an asset which went viral when it happened, OPL 245, how that asset was revoked, how that asset was seized by the then minister, right, for petroleum without following the due process. And those assets were partly owned by independents, that's indigenous companies, majorly owned by the international oil companies, like the oil majors. Now, if your asset is just revoked after you have spent a lot of investment on developing such assets to whatever level, to production, right? You will not say those assets are bankable, and it's a deterrent for investors. So another thing that also hinders a legal barrier for new entrants. Let's go to the basics now. New entrants like a company who owns a mini grid, right? For example, you're a mini grid operator or an LNG field operator. And then, first of all, what do you start with when you want to even start developing, or when you apply for a license? You need land. You need land. How are land access rights? For a developer, the land access rights, sometimes they are there. Like I said, the laws are good on paper, but we've had so many developers, even some of our clients who are mini grid operators, right, in the power sector. We've had them complain about, oh, it was very difficult to secure land. Something as basic as land. Why is the governor of states, I'm not just narrowing down to Nigeria, we're talking about Africa now. Why is the governor of states not ensuring that these lands are made easily available for such
projects?
For such priority projects. It's going to help the communities. It's going to help, it's just little trickles of water. It's going to help the communities. It's going to help Nigeria. It's going to help the African region, right? So land rights, for example, you want 50 hectares of land to develop maybe a mini grid project, or you got an asset and you need that land. You need right of way. You need to be granted that land. Sometimes it's even difficult to access those lands. They are given, and after a while, they're revoked. So the land rights are not even, the land access rights are not even predictable, because you have land tenure disputes. Sometimes for communities like Kaduna, in Kaduna State, and some of these northern states, you have land rights, land tenure disputes that span for a long period of time. There's also the issue of balance sheets, weak balance sheets. Now, when we talk about gas offtake agreements, we have gas to power, right? A lot of our power plants are powered by gas plants, by gas explored from the ground, by generating companies and all that. So a lot of times, the balance sheets are weak. What do I mean by the balance sheets are weak? Generating companies, independent power producers, these are people who produce the power, who explore the power, and want to, transmit it to the distribution companies, discos. Then you have the government as the embed, who is like the middleman. The government doesn't pay when they're supposed to pay. They're supposed to be the aggregators. We also have gas aggregators, right? They're supposed to be the aggregators. And then this affects offtake, the offtake agreements. When you don't have strong power purchase agreements, for example, that are bankable, financiers will not look your way. Even if they finance the project, they will make it very expensive. It will come at a very expensive cost. There's also cost of financing, right? And there are also some other legal issues like mismatch of local content. Our local content laws are very wonderful. We have the Nigerian Local Content Act, right? It's very wonderful. It's good. They are trying to encourage, what does local content mean? Encouraging indigenous companies, encouraging the indigenes to learn from the international oil majors, right? There should be like technology transfer, capacity transfer, and all that. But where you have a situation where you have to maybe an FPSO. An FPSO is a floating production storage operation, like offloading. It requires high technical expertise. You want to build an FPSO in Nigeria for operators of oil and gas fields. And then the act says, or the law says, you need 40% of Nigerian expertise. You need 40% of Nigerian equipment sourced from Nigeria. Your valve, your compressor, your subsea equipment.
Get them from Nigeria.
Get them from Nigeria. That's we're trying to build our local content, which is a good thing. But have you fixed those issues? What if a Nigerian company can't supply a viable spec?
Because that is what you're saying now is actually it's actually leading to my next question. When the federal government says by 2026, individual states should start generating their own power. Nobody should depend on the national grid anymore. So before you just go further, do you think this is actually achievable by next year? Because I think it's by next year that they're proposing. So do you see Delta State, do you see Kaduna, do you see Zamfara, do you see Sokoto and Jigawa State, do you see them being able to generate their own power? So even power their own state first before thinking of maybe
getting off
sending access to the grid.
You understand? Yes. Do you see that happening?
Well, I think the reason why the national or the federal government will do that is because they are trying to strengthen the grid. But I would say there are other ways to go about it. Why don't you maintain the grid? Why don't you maintain the wires, the transmission lines, and the grid, instead of asking people to go off the grid? The problem is now you have to strengthen the grid. I don't see how feasible it is, but there are some states who are very much ahead, like Lagos is the center of excellence, it's a commercial city, so you can't even expect Lagos, you can't expect anything less from Lagos. The reason why I say that may not be feasible is because there are still some states who do not have their own electricity laws and markets. So, you know, the Electricity Act empowers states now. It has decentralized power production, distribution, the full value chain. States can do it. And how do states do that? They need a legal framework. The legal framework is the laws. And some states still do not have the laws. They do not have the markets. They do not have their regulator, their state regulator. So how do you want that to, you know, play out next year? It's just so much pressure and tension.
Yeah, I'm coming from the angle of, I know you were at the Energy Week, and I'm so sorry. You have to share some of the, you know, apart from the insights, what lessons did you get from there that we can use? Because I know it's an African conversation, but we were not there. So you have to tell us some of these lessons that we need to expand from this our conversation.
Yes. The African Energy Week, like I said, I like the philosophy behind it. It's more or less use African resources for Africa, right? It's, okay, so in earlier years, I think this is their 5th year now on, and in earlier years, it used to be strictly, oh, let's just do hydrocarbons for powering African cities, but now they're coming to terms with the fact that decarbonization is here to stay. Climate goals are here, so we still have to look at renewables. So there was a little of talk around the renewables at the event at the African Energy Week as well. So basically, we talked about the main things that are affecting Africa, which is energy security. What is the foundation of energy security? I've talked about the indices, right, the elements. What is the foundation to ensure that those elements are available? Regulatory, finance. Africa needs a lot of finance on a large scale to scale. So there were a lot of talks around financing, and there were a lot of talks as well around ensuring that the permitting, the approval processes are easier. So we see, I wrote something on LinkedIn yesterday, and I was asking, it was like a poser, it was just my own reflection, because Nigeria is preparing for its 2025 licensing round, where it calls on oil and gas, production companies to bid, exploration production companies to bid for assets that's the oil and gas fields, right? Acreages. We are rich in oil and gas. Nigeria has like over 209 TCF of reserved gas, like the one that has been proven, and there's still unproven gas assets as well. And gas is very important in this transition journey. But is it about having the rich resources, or it's about developing them, about making sure these assets are easy to develop? Where am I driving at? There are some countries in Africa who have less, like Namibia. I use Namibia a lot because I had a lot of conversations with a lot of my African brothers and sisters from Namibia, even Mozambique, even Angola. They do not have up to 3/4 of what we have, but they are doing so well. They're doing so well. I mean, I had a conversation with the former director of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Mines in Namibia, and he told me something that when the new government came on stream, the new minister of that ministry came on stream, even the new president, who he attributed to the fact that they're all females, that females make things work faster.
I think I love the statement.
Right?
We should promote it.
Yeah.
I mean, what did they spot? What did they see? How did they do it?
Okay, they saw that there was a lot of wastage in the whole system. So much proliferation of ministries. So they collapsed ministries. He said the Ministry of Infrastructure was separate from the Ministry of Mines and Energy, and those ministries were collapsed. So where you used to have maybe 100 ministries, they were collapsed up to 40 ministries to reduce wastage, to reduce bureaucracy in permitting processes. And the ministry is really investor-friendly. When you come, there are laws, like I said. There are guidelines. Our bids are going off now. There are guidelines. There are regulations for if you want to bid, this is what you should do, have your request for proposal and all that. We look at it, the regulators look at it, and when we see that it's viable or you have the technical capacity, if you're acceptable to the government, you have the technical capacity, you have the financial capacity, you show that through your letters of credit and all that, your bank guarantees, we're going to give you these assets. Why isn't it as straightforward as that? You see that these bidders, they actually provide proof of ability to develop these assets. But the permitting process takes up to 2 years. Why?
Why?
It's not necessary. But Namibia made some new discoveries recently, right? And you see that a lot of the IOCs actually running from Nigeria deep waters. Many of the IOCs are leaving Nigeria deep waters for security reasons, commercial reasons, you know, and they are moving to Namibia.
So what stops other countries from
following suit, right?
Following suits? If Namibia can do it, just as you rightly said, some of these countries don't have as much as Nigeria, South Africa, Ghana, and the likes. So what do you think that...
scaling.
Yes, what do you think that other African leaders need to do to scale up their own energy?
Yeah, so I'll still go back to making sure the laws are implemented, ensuring that you're friendly to your investors. So investors shouldn't be unsure, right? So when you have like a power purchase agreement, those agreements should be bankable. You should have some, okay, let me even go here now. Apart from the bidding process, which I say make fast, ensure that it goes fast. When your bidders or when the companies show, when the investors show that they have the capacity, the parameters are already there in the law. Once they meet these parameters, what stops the NUPRC from recommending them to the minister? What stops the minister from approving within the timeline? Although the PI is going to do a lot of work in that regard, there's not what we call the deemed approval. Deemed approval means, if there's 60-day timeline to approve, for example, to approve a bid for maybe a production, a PPL or an OML or a PML, as the case may be now. You have 60 days for the minister to consider it. It has 60 days to move back to the NUPRC to be approved, right? So after that 60 days, it should be deemed approved if you don't get any response. So either they approve it, they send you a response that it's been, your bid has been approved or your application has been approved, or they send you that it has been declined, and they give you reasons why it was declined. And then if you don't get those responses, after 60 days, it should be deemed
approved.
But then, is it that easy?
Because I mean, I should just now go ahead and invest and then tomorrow you say I never approved this. I will have
I wish it could be as straightforward as that.
It is, yes.
So another thing that the regulators could do as well, which is already coming on stream, but I think I want that to be more proliferated, is model contracts, model agreements. We already have model petroleum development contracts, like the joint operating agreements, like the joint venture agreements, JVAs. But we need to see more model agreements like the power purchase agreements, like LNG offtake agreements. Agreements like that should be model, when I say model, I mean a template where the clauses that would make an investor uncertain should be there, like change in law clauses, so that there's certainty, there's discipline. We could have clauses like financial clauses, right? You tighten your financial funding arrangement. Letters of credit have to be available. Those kind of clauses. You have timeline, clauses that have to do with timeline. If you don't develop within this time, just like you have other clauses like abandonment, decommissioning clause, your maybe upcom clauses. There should be clauses like that. That quickens negotiation.
Wow.
Right?
Yes.
So I mean, I do see that governments seem to have, put in place laws and made these things look easy on paper. But how can private sector players and communities help to ensure energy security or transitioning? How can we play our own part?
Yes, the private sector, I always say, they're a very important sector of any economy because they bring speed, they bring innovation, they bring commercial acumen, right, to the field, while the government, they ensure they guide through the laws.
Yes.
So the private players, what can they do? Private players I will always say are very important. They are the manufacturers. They are the mini grid operators. They are the ones that have the assemblage. They can have manufacturing hubs where there are assemblies of these inverters, these battery storages.
The employers of the labor, essentially.
Exactly. Established data centers. These are all things that can actually help the transition. Data centers, mini grids, and then when it comes to operating in communities where they operate, they can make use of community development agreements, CDAs, which are already contractually or they're already regulatory obligations, CDAs, right? So they could use that to their own benefits, to their advantage. When I say CDAs, that has to do with community. So I always say CSR, community social responsibilities for operators. We always tell our clients this. It's no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. And when I say it's a must have, I see it in terms of partnering with these communities. Communities should not be an afterthought. Oh, we just got here, we saw that they're there, we need to do it. Embed it in your financial models. Embed it in your business planning. If you're planning for the next year, embed it in your business planning. Because these communities are no longer just, CSR. They are architects of energy security. They are actually the cheapest form of insurance. Insurance against vandalism, insurance against slow processing, getting your land access rights, insurance against destabilizing your operations, right? They are business insurances. So communities have a large role to play. So you could use CDAs, you could tie CDAs to job creation. CDA ensures that you have the needs assessment. You go and check the needs assessment of those communities. So tie it to job creation. You can even share revenue collection from the mini-grids with the communities. When you do that, they make your way easy. Because if they don't do that, that would be self-sabotage. And nobody wants to sabotage his own self. So, yes.
Yes, nobody wants to sabotage his or her own self. We'll go on this quick break, and when we come back, we'll have this conversation continue with Sandra Osinachi. Stay with us.
In Africa, and there's one man who has consistently been a household name and index of reference in the business arena. The name Aliko Dangote apparently stands tall. The Africa's richest man clearly benchmarks success, wealth, and prosperity. His unofficial love and passion for business are quite phenomenal. These can be traced to his background. Born in April 10, 1957 to Maria Sanusi Dantata and Mohammed Dangote, his maternal ancestors were prosperous caravan traders under British colonial rule, and his grandfather, Alhaji Sanusi Dantata, was a commodity trader. Dangote's grandfather was heavily involved in his upbringing and helped ignite his entrepreneurial spirit. For Dangote, one would ever assume his wealth was handed out or easily channeled, being an offspring of Dantata, but his success didn't come through daydreaming. Dangote complemented inherited fortune with deliberate hard work and innovation to pave his way to the top. Those who knew Dangote while growing up would not be surprised at his outstanding success. At age 8, Dangote uses pocket money to buy sweets, which he and others sell for a profit. Everything big in life starts from little. Taking a clue from this, Dangote, from a seed loan of 500,000 obtained from his uncle, started business, which he traded commodities and business supplies, primarily cement. By 1981, his firm was successful that he had incorporated other businesses and established the Dangote Group. His empire extended to foodstuffs, including sugar, salt, wheat, cement, haulage, and other business concerns. Among Among his holdings were Dangote Industries, Dangote Bale Nigeria, Dangote Cement PLC, Benue Cement Company PLC, Dangote Sugar Refinery PLC, Dangote Flour Mills, and Nascent Ally Industries PLC. In addition to his holdings in Nigeria, the Dangote Group has operations in several African countries. With these giant strides in the business arena, Dangote will forever be grateful to his grandfather for giving him wings to fly. According to Forbes, an American business magazine, Dangote remains the richest man in Africa with an estimated fortune of $13.9 billion. Dangote is one Nigeria highly decorated with honors as well. His urine service and huge investment also got him both local and international recognitions, like the Guardian Man of the Year in 2015. He won the 2016 African Business Leader Award organized by the African American Institute. Dangote was cited as one of the top most influential Africans by the New
Yeah, welcome back to Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. We'll be having this robust conversation on energy security and transition with Osinachi. And she has been giving us back to back, as in educating us, informing us, and at the same time, should I add the entertainment part? Yeah, all of them all together. Okay, so energy security has a whole lot, I believe, has a whole lot to do with our economy.
Of course.
How do you explain that? How can energy security boost the African economy? Because, like you started with, if there is no power, like what is happening in Nigeria now, most companies tend to leave.
Yes.
So how do we retain these investors, the multinationals? How do we keep them here and even assure them that there is energy security? I don't know how we're going to convince them, but yes, how can that boost the African economy from the level it is now?
Yes. Many African economies, they rely heavily on revenue from the petroleum sector, right? They rely heavily on the hydrocarbon sector. That's why I said transition for Africa doesn't mean abandoning hydrocarbons. It means they can coexist. But how do they coexist? They have to be, these assets or these gas plants, equipment have to be managed responsibly, right? So how does it affect our economy? We go back again. Nigeria's GDP is made mostly of revenue from
sale of crude.
Sale of crude. So if we don't meet our production quota, OPEC gives us production quota every year. Right? So it's just a revolving door. If you do not have power, you have to rely on generating sets. That is also a leak from your pocket.
Exactly.
And that causes emissions.
Yes.
Exactly.
That
so it's like a triple tragedy at this point.
Triple tragedy. So that's why I always say that, I know we're going to come to that, but for consumer behavior, if you have the lights, for example, you're in Band A, which is working really well in Lagos right now, or Band B, and you have the lights, pay for it. I know it can be expensive. Power isn't cheap because the investment that goes into the generating set or these utilities, they aren't cheap. But if you have the power, pay for it because it saves you a lot.
A whole lot.
Power, I mean, I remember when, during my school days, even in law school, when I was in law school, there was an outage that lasted for up to 4 days. And even to come to class was a problem. You can't move without energy. Energy is transportation. Energy is cooking. Energy is industrialization. Okay? Energy is infrastructure. Now we're talking about gas infrastructure. We're talking about midstream. Okay, so this 2025 licensing round, it has a focus on midstream facilities are now going to be developed. When I say midstream facilities, I mean refineries. We are seeing what Dangote is doing with the refinery. It's doing so well. At least we don't have to depend on imports, so much on imports as before, right? We now have our fuel refined. Now everyone is seeing how well it's working for the economy. At least we've not had issues of fuel scarcity for a while. It's expensive, but it's not scarce, right? So imagine more refineries come on stream. But for those refineries to be built, you need power.
You need land. You need land. Exactly. So it's multifaceted. I do agree. So it kind of like just throws you into the next question I was going to ask you. I'm sorry, because your answers will always leapfrog into the next question. What data do you think policymakers need to track or look at when they want to, understand what is going on to make better policies? What do they need to always look at? You did mention consumer behavior. Yes. But what else? What else is there that they need to always pay attention to and track so that they can make better decisions?
Okay, so data is very important right now. Data is, they say gold, the new gold. Data is very important. So the kind of data you can track for power, independent power producers, for utilities like GENCOs and the DISCOs, what we need to track is hourly overload. Yeah. What is the hourly overload? What are the collection rates? Because there are a lot of collection losses for the distribution companies. That's why some of them are not just financially viable. What is the collection rates? There are a lot of collection losses for LNG operators, for gas operators, for gas producers, for midstream operators. What is the level of emissions? Still has to do with flare. Yes. What are the flare outputs? How are you managing flare? Because flare has a lot to do with emissions, which also contributes to creating carbons and
the climate and all that.
Yes, it has to do with the climate. And then another thing you have to track is collection. Like I said, revenue. How do you collect revenue? How leak detection from your equipment. Many of these equipments are old, they are outdated. So we have, although there are already policies around that, right? We have smart meters as well. We have policies and some regulations and orders made by NEC that have to do with distributing smart meters. And then for the petroleum sector, the Nigerian Upstream Petroleum Regulatory Commission, NUPRC, and Nigerian Midstream Regulatory Authority, NMDPRO, they've made regulations around metering, right? You have to get the right meters to know what you're producing, because that also has to do with, you asked, how is it affecting the economy? Fiscal. Fiscal means collection of taxes, right? If you don't know how much you're producing, or if your gas is leaking, you wouldn't know how much tax that goes to the government, and that affects government revenue. Not just the investors' revenue now, but government revenue. So it affects the investors, it affects government. So data is very important. Thank God we now have flare-out equipment that track flare gas. We also have those regulations, flare-out regulations, leak detection regulations, metering regulations, and smart meters proliferation regulations, right? We also have policies that help with that.
In fact, Amolo, we have to bring Sandra back to this show because the time is not enough for us to finish this conversation because our next guest has logged in already. So we have to go wrap up this segment so we can take the next guest. Yes. But 1 minute, what is your final word to the lawmakers, the private sectors, and everyone that has a role to play in ensuring, in implementing the laws that concerns energy and security in Africa?
Okay. So behavior moves with policy. They have to move side by side. So for behavior, I'll say that consumers have to ensure that they prioritize efficient energy efficiency. So use efficient bulbs, efficient generators, or efficient equipment like your refrigerators and all that. And then ensure you pay for power. It's not a social benefit. It's something you have to pay for. And then for government, I'll really advise that laws should be predictable, use standardized or model contracts, and then ensure that if tariffs have to be set regulatorily, right, you want to put a cap, regulators want to put a cap on tariff collection, then let it be commercially viable. Not a situation where a mini grid, let's say, it's 60 naira normally commercial viability now it costs 60 naira for 1 kilowatt hour of power, and then the government puts a cap of 40 naira. It's not viable to the utilities. Or for example, 1 MMBTU of gas costs $6, and then government puts a cap at $4. I know the government is trying to do that for political reasons, maybe social benefits, but it's not viable to the investors, and it is discouraging. Laws should be predictable, and they should be tariffs should be commercially viable, and then for users, pay for what you get.
Those of you that are doing boycotting, also the saying go and pay for that. I think it's a very good message. People really need to understand the importance of paying for light. A very big thank you to you.
You're welcome,
for coming on to this show. We hope to bring you back, because there is more that people need to learn. So Sandra Ehino Osinachi Uwandem is a senior associate at Tokbe Adebayo LP. She's also a chief columnist at SOUQ Energy Digest. Sandra's experience as a legal expert and columnist equips her to provide both strategic and technical perspective on how African countries can navigate energy transition without compromising energy security. She has said it all. She proved herself. So we're not camping, we're not lying. We just told you who she is. Yeah. And of course, she displayed it. Once more, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Amavi. Thank you, Emmanuel. It's been a pleasure.
I hope you pay for utility.
I mean, I pay because if I come here, if I talk about my own lights now, you say, I'm in Band-Aid. But it's okay. We have to pay. Because I remember when we're not having light, people were like, no, give us the light, we pay for it. Now the light is here. People are saying, it's too expensive.
No, they have to pay. They have to pay.
But it's expensive to have light.
So that's where energy efficiency comes in. You have to manage your power.
Yes, you have to manage it. All right, we'll go on this quick break, and when we return, we'll be moving straight to the second segment of Just Africa. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Hello, Nigeria. Hello, Africa. Yeah, this is Sound Man. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Babalola from Excel LED. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hi, I'm Tom Bogaballs, and please keep watching SOUQ News.
Wale Seriki, SLG Lagos Island East, SOUQ News. Keep out watching them and keep a lookout for them. They're up and coming, and we're proudly to be affiliated with them.
You alone where they make me go crazy. This your love in the cool of my brain. You're my medicine, I need you all day. Yo, it's Blackface Nigeria, and you're watching SOUQ News TV. Keep it locked on this dial, don't change it. You know what I say? Blackface Nigeria, love no bad.
Anthony Onyemaechi Elumelu was born on the 22nd of March 1963 in Jos, North Central Nigeria, to Susanna Dominic Elumelu, originally from Delta State. Tony earned a degree in economics from Ambrose Lee University, where he laid the foundation for his future career, and then furthered his education at the University of Lagos, where he obtained a master's degree in economics. His academic journey also includes attending the Harvard Business School, where he completed the Owner of President Management program, equipping him with advanced business management skills. Tony currently serves as the chairman of Ayers Holdings, Transcorp, and United Bank for Africa, UBA, demonstrating his significant influence in the banking and investment sector. He founded the Tony Elumelu Foundation, which aims to empower African entrepreneurs through comprehensive training, mentorships, and funding opportunities. In addition to his professional achievements, he's also a family man, married to Dr. Adele Vivian Elumelu, and together they have 7 children. In 2020, his efforts were acknowledged when he was named one of Time's 100 most influential people in the world. Anthony Elumelu's net worth is estimated to be around $700 million, a testament to his successful ventures and strategic investments. Elumelu continues to be a driving force in the business world, advocating for sustainable economic growth and empowering the next generation of African entrepreneurs.
Augmented reality, AR, is a technology that merges computer-generated images with the user's real-world view, creating a composite experience. This interactive experience integrates various sensory modalities, such as things you can see, hear, and even feel, making the experience interactive and immersive. In recent years, the emergence of this transformative technology has seamlessly integrated digital and physical realms. This groundbreaking innovation relies on specialized hardware like smartphones and smart glasses equipped with cameras and sensors, AR software, and Apple's AR kits and Google's AR Core. Then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR software such as Apple's AR Kit and Google's AR Core then creates immersive experiences by overlaying virtual content onto the user's real-world environment. AR's applications span diverse industries from gaming to education, healthcare, retail, and manufacturing. In education, AR enhances learning through interactive and dynamic experiences, while in healthcare, it aids surgical planning and medical training. Retail experiences are transformed as AR enables customers to virtually try on products and visualize furniture in their homes. Despite its potential, AR faces challenges such as technical advancements and user privacy concerns. Overcoming these hurdles will unlock even more seamless and immersive AR experiences, making it an integral part of our daily lives. As technology progresses, the horizon for AR broadens, promising a future where our interactions with the world are richer and more interconnected. Augmented reality is not just a trend, it's a revolution shaping the way we live, learn, and work. Goma Fortune, SOUQ News.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Arton Kene. I am the head of MSME Banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Welcome back to the second segment of Just Africa. And in this segment, we'll be talking about how an African group rejected $125 billion tropical forest forever facility at COP30. At the ongoing United Nations Climate Change Conference of the Parties 30 in Belém, Brazil, African climate and environmental groups have strongly criticized the newly launched $125 billion tropical forest forever facility, calling it a misleading attempt to financialize nature under the guise of protecting it. But, you know, Olamide Martins Ogunlade, he is an Associate Director, Climate and Environment, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, that's CAPA, is here to tell us all we need to know about the rejection of the $125 billion tropical forest forever facility at COP30 and the way forward from there. Hello, Olamide. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me once more. It's always a pleasure to be here.
Okay. Hi, it's Brazil right now. I hope you're copy. I hope you took some amala and our Nigerian foods along.
Well, maybe I'm coping, but for Amala, it's still not accessible. And I must say I missed that. But beside that, I think it's the same. Like I said the last time, it's the same weather, the same environment, and it's just like an extension of where you always belong to. So it's nice being here. It's a major adventure for us.
Okay, so let's have a conversation about this topic, the COP30. So first of all, before we talk about the rejection, why is the Tropical Forest Forever facility being criticized by African environmental groups?
Okay, I didn't get that right, but you were asking why it's not being criticized, right?
Yes, why is being criticized?
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity again to at least provide what we often refer to as second but very important opinion. Africa is represented here in Belém through the African Group of Negotiators. And what we are asking for is climate justice for the continent that is contributing quite minutely or insignificantly, if you like, to the global emission. And before this, there are outcomes that have been detailed, presenting what looks like genuine reparation. I mean, in the last COP in Azerbaijan in Baku, about 5 trillion was actually, projected to address the climate crisis that we are currently exposed to, even as Africans. Now arriving at around $25 billion. That might sound too big an amount in the ears of an average, person. But then that is, grossly inadequate compared to what has been, roughly estimated to keep us on the track to addressing climate crisis, and also considering the economic and non-economic damages that the continent is exposed to. As a matter of fact, there is no country in Africa that you go to that you don't see the footprint of, climate crisis. Even in Nigeria, where we come from, Niger Delta, Ayetoro, Lagos, Bauchi, Gombe, at some point Adamawa. So when we look at this crisis, the figures we are even attaching is to addressing the economic damages. How about the non-economic damages? And then when you look at the politics behind the advancement of this $125 billion, is actually is deceiving, is misleading. It doesn't speak the minds of an average African, I must say. So in a nutshell, we see it as a flagrant disregard for the genuine agitation of people that are not responsible for the climate crisis. We see it as a weakness on the part of an African Group of Negotiators, to even be part of this conversation, that will reduce justice to charity and, make us to continue to be beggarly at the expense of us asking for call. Now, the problem is Africa is the continent of the present and of the future. And these guys understand these dynamics very well. So they are throwing at us piecemeal. They are being tokenistic in their approach, just to win Africa on their side. But I think it's the right time. And we are in a very, very, important position, not only to receive what they think is convenient, for them, but to begin to advance what is right for us as a people. Africa has, the elements that will power the world in the coming years. And they understand this. And now they are beginning to buy out our leaders, influence our policies, come up with propositions, including this. I must say, this is grossly inadequate. It doesn't speak to our realities. It might be big on paper, politically correct, but it's misleading and full of errors.
Okay, Lamide, we'll go on a quick break right now. And when we come back, the conversation continues. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
My name is Shino Ogbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoin you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing DG. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
In an age of artificial intelligence and automation, it is easy to overlook the value of hands. Yet in Ghana, hands still build nations. From Adinkra cloth printers in Ntoso to traditional kente weavers in Bonwire, Ghana's indigenous skill economy continues to prove that African creativity is not just cultural, it is commercial. Looking beyond the surface of heritage to the engine room of informal training systems that have powered generations and could power Africa's industrial future, Ghana comes to mind. In Ghana, apprenticeship is not a fallback. It is the main highway for millions of young people who are learning practical trades like metalwork, leatherwork, carpentry, fabric dyeing, and advanced tailoring. According to the Ghana Statistical Service, more than 80% of artisans are trained informally, yet they contribute significantly to the GDP. This is not unique to Ghana. From the woodcarvers of Kenya to the bronze casters of Nigeria, Africa is a continent of craftspeople. But Ghana offers a model where traditional skill acquisition meets modern enterprise development. Institutions like the Council for Technical and Vocational Education and Training, COTVET, have begun integrating indigenous knowledge into formal systems, developing a dual-track model that combines age-old methods with certification, mentorship, and business incubation. As Africa looks for solutions to youth unemployment, the answer may not lie in importing Western education models, but in elevating what we already have. Imagine if every African country invested in formalizing informal skills, adding value chains,
Yeah, welcome back. This is still Just Africa on SOUQ News Television. Please ensure you're following us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. Yes, we're still talking about the rejection of $125 billion at COP30 by African group.
Yes.
Yes, and we're having, Olamide is breaking it down to our understanding and viewers' understanding. Hello, Olamide, welcome once again.
Thank you.
It's nice to have you again, Mr. Ogolade, because the last time you were here, you opened our eyes to what was going on in Brazil. You literally opened COP30 with us because you literally the first media house to have like live reports from there. And now there are so many developing things. First off was this money that was rejected. And I'm sure the layman will be like, why did you people reject that small amount of money? Please, I just break them down. What are the reasons why? Because the truth is, are you saying that the money does not fix the problem back home, or it is not enough?
Okay, thank you again. The money will never be enough, compared to the damages that have been done. When you also look at I don't know if I'm audible, the money will never be enough. Okay, as far as we continue to commodify nature at the expense of indigenous ownership and control, there is no amount of, reparation that will ever be sufficient. And just to answer your question, quite frankly, the reason why we are rejecting this facility, it might sound offensive in the ears of an average Nigerian who wants us to attract finance and begin to address these issues, and maybe to an average Africa. Let me say that Nigeria is also, if as a matter of fact, on the second beneficiary list. We have the likes of Ghana, who is going to be a primary beneficiary. Angola, Benin Republic, Cameroon, Cote d'Ivoire, Liberia, Mozambique, Rwanda, and maybe Nigeria as secondary, list of potential beneficiary. But then the politics behind this is what we are actually against. The fact is, we don't want an attempt under any guise or any means where nature, including forests, will be commodified. We have this historical or this antecedent relationship that we have with nature in Africa, and this has, to a very large extent, influenced the development of an average African man. Now, when you now reduce these assets, and you put a price tag on these assets, just in a way to solving climate crisis that you are responsible for, is an attempt to, disengage man from nature, an African man from nature. And is you withdrawing livelihood, is you drawing the strength of an average man, is you disconnecting an average man from nature, and is you fueling what we refer to as existential crisis for an average man. Now, let me also try to break this down simply.
Yes, please. Yes.
This is an attempt of the Brazilian government, and we have very strong reservation. Year in, year out, countries hosting conference of parties always have hidden agenda. And because of the political correctness of the fact that they're the one hosting COP, they try to, advance this agenda over and above everybody, and it becomes the primary goal of all. Last year in Baku, it was about fossil fuel expansion, because Azerbaijan is known for, fossil exploration, and all their economy, basically about 90 or 95%, is actually fossil fuel dependent. And they advanced that agenda very, very strongly. Brazil is also known for a reason, amazing, and of course, a large forest reserve. And that is why President Lula and his colleague haven't been able to win over some of those elements in the global north to his side. He's advancing this, forest forever facility. So it's an agenda of the Brazilian government, and there's a question of, the quorum, and of course the element of inclusion that the African Union, the African group of negotiators, even make into this before it becomes the agenda that should now be presented as the agenda for all. Now, this facility, as lawful as laudable as it sounds on paper, as correct as it may sound to you or to an average man, it is going to be under the control of the World Bank, and it is never going to be a grant. I have a friend who has worked extensively on the operations of World Bank, and he told me that if World Bank had performed its duty since 1940, the bank should have ceased to exist. The World Bank is purely existing as profit-oriented organization, and it is never known to give grants. Now, when you are commodifying African nature, and you are reducing, the protection of what should naturally be under my care as an African man, and you are putting a price tag to it, is you trying to, put money that I don't even have capacity to afford. This is not a loan. I mean, this is not a grant. This is a loan that comes with an interest. And then when you look at the purchasing power of the African state or an average African man, the purchasing power is not even there. And, let me even say for a fact that it's you turning forest into assets that will now be controlled by financial institutions. Rather than supporting, local ownership, indigenous use, historical use that have powered our development, over and over again. So it is outrightly rejected, not even considering the amount of, interest that we have to pay on this, the logistics behind it, the bureaucratic bottlenecks, and of course the, what we have referred to as, the difficulty in even assessing this loan. It might sound very well, sound very good, and because our politicians are always chasing the money, embracing carbon market and the false solutions that it provides, it is not going to address the climate crisis. Now, fundamentally, as far as the climate crisis issue continues, there is no amount, resources that you commit to reparation, that you commit to protecting the environment that will ever be sufficient. And that is why we are saying that it is never going to. So we are looking at the fact that this is going to undermine local sovereignty.
Yes.
It's going to take power away from the people. Yes. If you go to Mozambique, almost half of the country depends on forest resources. And I'm so sure Nigeria, Ghana, and almost every other African country. But now you don't have access to these resources again. And the government is not even absorbing the SSCs in the streets, providing, jobs and, employment that would address these social concerns. I mean, it is going to further impoverish an already impoverished continent.
Okay, I wanted to ask the possible structures that we can raise concerning the whole thing, since we don't want World Bank involvement. But before that, there's something I need to reach to you. On the 9th of Tuesday, the 11th day of COP30, we saw hundreds of indigenous people rise in defense, taking over the blue zone where world leaders negotiate. So did you witness this? And what was their aim? That is the first question, because this is coming from someone who is watching right now.
Yes, I was there live. We are taught that the last COP was the most restrictive and exclusionary. But I must say for a fact that this particular COP is going to go down in history as the most exclusive and highly restrictive. As a matter of fact, this is a COP that is highly policed, highly militarized, and then you begin to ask yourself, what interest are the states advancing in those negotiation rooms? Yes, as a matter of fact, we saw an indigenous community of Brazil, and I must say kudos to these indigenous people, because they say that how can you begin to advance solutions that would have to do with our environment, and you are excluding us? It is never going to work when we are not part of this conversation. So they mounted a very strong barricade. If we are not going to allow us in, we are also going to disrupt your proceeding. And that is a very strong message that is being passed there. You know, unlike COP26 in Glasgow, where the state even protected us, you know, on the street of Glasgow. We were able to, you know, protest and hear our opinion and voice our expression and make our demands. What we are seeing progressively now is that, you know, the COP spaces are being guarded by interests that are very, very distant from the reality and concerns of the people. You know, it's all about lobbyists. It's all about deals being signed. It's all about contract exchanging hands. It's all about, you know, engagement that are advancing the emission trading scheme in what we now have as forest facility. You know, it's all about money. The whole conversation has been reduced to transaction, and everything seems to have a price tag. So, and that was why the indigenous, at some point, it was always becoming riotous, that people were carrying, you know, placard, throwing things, and of course, aiming, you know, just to voice their opinion. But this naturally shouldn't have happened if the essence of this conversation, you know, is already is clear and is open and is democratic enough to allow expression. And I must say that the framing, the whole idea behind this conversation is actually, you know, above the head of an average frontline community person. Because even if you enter negotiation rooms, you know, as an observer, you don't have access to the microphone. You only follow the proceedings. The only benefit that we have is to eat the streets and hold our own state accountable. But when you move across African pavilions, Nigerian pavilion, Ghana pavilion, you see people interested in, you know, in the money side of the mess. And that is why we are saying no, we are not going to continue this, because if you had allowed raw expression of people from the Niger Delta, the conversation here shouldn't have been you accepting forest facility, you know, that will even put you on a secondary beneficiary list. But you have to put oil in the ground. You have to respect human dignity. You have to preserve livelihood, cultural heritage of the people, and not what is currently happening here. So back to the first question, the reason why we are rejecting this is never going to be a grant. It's going to be a loan that will be repayable with interest, and is going to further impoverish us and make us to be on the list of subserviency that the World Bank, you know, always want us to be. It's never going to solve any problem, but it's going to put money on the tables of politicians, maybe to service their political interests and all that.
So, I mean, you've made it clear now, because I'm sure a lot of people didn't even know that this was a loan. We're not looking at the money like, this is big money you're rejecting. So we know Bretton Woods, which is essentially IMF and World Bank, all they do is give you loans. Now that you cleared that part, what other government structure can we now explore? Because this other one is a no-no. Even now that you explain, we even understand that perhaps we should have even gone down these roads in the first place. What other structures can we explore?
Well, we have a template that is worth adopting. People don't want to hear this template, but it's working. We have the Yazuni people of Ecuador that have vowed in their numbers through a referendum saying that no exploration should happen in their community. And they are doing quite well. Yes, you can check that out. The Yazuni people of Ecuador present to us a template that is worth adopting. You know, I said here in the last time that just point a community to me in the Niger Delta, you know, that because of oil and gas, they are now like Europe. As a matter of fact, the condition of life, you know, in the Niger Delta is drastically reduced. You know, water everywhere, yet there is none to drink. You know, quality of life reduced, purchasing power almost close to nothing. So the people of Yazuni is saying that, come on, we have been surviving before oil and gas became a business. We can go back to that era. I'm not frowning at development. We are not against civilization. What we are actually advancing is the development that will respect my culture, the development that will respect my perspective, the development that will not frown at my own history and antecedent as a black man. You know, we have seen over and over again that this so-called oil and gas business is only servicing the interests of the politically elite, maybe I must say that, and those who are enjoying the patronage of the state. You know, I don't want to mention their names, those big corporations in the Niger Delta, those who are controlling them are even outside the shores of the Niger Delta. They are somewhere in America. They are somewhere in UK, you know, smiling to the bank at the expense of the people. So Ecuador, Yasuni provides us a template that we can check out, a template of that protects nature, a template that further cements the marriage that exists between man and nature, and and allowing man to assume the duty of care that it owes the nation, and not the one that is premised on exploitation and unnecessary extractivism as we have it currently. Because this model is actually colonial in nature. And it is capitalist in nature. Yes, people are saying that we must allow development, we must attract investment. But then, what is investment? When the human dignity and human rights to livelihood and save life and quality life is being compromised, and that is the issue that we are making and we are advancing at a time. It's never going to be a grant. You will never see World Bank where issues of grants are being discussed. It is loan that is repayable with interest, and that is a fact.
Yeah. So how do you think right now that the other nations see Africa right now? The boldness to reject that amount of money, and the fact that they stood their ground to say, no, this is our forest, this is our own, it is ours, and nobody's going to take it away from us, or nobody is going to tell us how to explore nature. How has that put the African continent in the face of the world right now?
Well, I think we are strong. Even though opinions are divided, our leaders want to follow the money. But the people are saying, let's have a rethink. We might look stubborn at the moment, but I think posterity will judge us, to be right in the side of the people. Let me also say for a fact that if you consider the amount of money invested in weapon, even by the United States, in weapon procurement, in weapon production, it is heavier than what we are asking for as climate finance. This 125 billion is so small compared to the damages done. Just take a stroll to Ayetoro community in Ondo State and look at a community that continues to envy its own past. A community where about 90% of its land is now under the water just because somebody is mining on its shore. Go to the Niger, and I'm giving you Nigerian examples. Go to Cameroon, go to Kenya. You see people who are now sharply, disconnected from their roots just because somebody came in from somewhere and started mining. And of course, government is giving licenses because we need development. So I think we are changing the narrative. It's never going to be easy. We might have to fight this alone. We might have to struggle, But then, like I said, this is the continent of the future. These guys seems to have they've exhausted whatever they have. Now they are looking elsewhere. They are looking for the fresh waters in Africa. They are looking for the reserves, the forest reserves in Africa. At some point, they are even looking at the brains in Africa, tapping our resources and our skills. When you engage them in critical conversation, and you ask them what justice actually looks like, they don't have answer to it. They reduce everything to economic and, of course, money and money and money. But you and I know that to an average African man, money will never be sufficient. What is respectful for an African man and what dignity means to an African man is to be able to flaunt and to be able to do that which you are expected to do without being restricted within your own context and environment and under the law, I must add. So we might not be too good in their sight at the moment, but those who understand what justice means, are actually on our side. And I think it's very, very important that we mount prayer on the African group of negotiators, on voices like Nigeria, on South Africa, Egypt, and of course, and let me also add that even the so-called African group of negotiators is divided. Those in the northern flank, would rather prefer to align with the Middle East. I'm talking about Egypt, Tunisia, and the like, because they know that this arrangement that will commodify nature is never going to be in the long interest of Africa. So
Mr. Agulade, I'm sorry. I know this thing is something that you're not passionate about, but then again, I'm looking at the intricacies of them all. When we talk climate finance, obviously, finance, everybody thinks money, right? But you've just said now that money is not enough. So unless there's something else that we mean when we're talking about climate finance? You probably have to explain that to us. And then you mentioned something in your last statement when you're talking about, you know, the resources that we have. Would you say that that is why there's rising insecurity? Because most of these things are in places where people exist and they are mining. They don't even know these mines. Of course, one of them probably have licenses, but this thing is affecting the environment where people exist. Would you also attach insecurity that we're already experiencing, for example, in parts of Nigeria, to something like this?
Yeah. So why I said money is not enough is as long as you don't beat a child and disallow him or her from crying. You don't give me money to adapt, to a crisis that you are committed to continuing. It is wrong. As long as you are making investment in fossil fuel, emission will still be made, and the ozone layer will still be depleted, and my continent will still be affected. And you are throwing money at me just like a dog. It doesn't work in that manner, and it will never work. So what we are asking for within the context of reparation and addressing historical and imminent, maybe ongoing infractions, is that you must commit to stop what is fueling this crisis. You don't commit resources into ameliorating or mitigating or giving me measures or token figures to adapt to the crisis that you will continue. So within the context of justice, it is never done and it will never be. So as long as we see investment, massive investment in fossil fuel exploration, as long as our country back home in Nigeria is still investing in frontier basin in the north, despite committing to, go the way of renewables, a little bit disagreement in context and in policy direction, then we are not ready yet. So, and then let me also emphasize that, committing resources for forest reserve preservation like we have it currently now, what they call, I can't remember the name now, direct carbon capture, net zero, green engineering, all those beautifully mathematical fraud is not climate finance. And it will never be climate finance. Climate finance will be determined by the people who are exposed to this crisis, detailed in their history of survival, and of course, supporting their survivor, and committing to stopping what is fueling the crisis. If this is not done, it will never be. I'll give you an instance in Cameroon. In Kabele region of Cameroon, you have a lot of Chinese infiltration, and the government seems to be looking away. But then government says, well, come on, we are employing you guys in this mining site. You are making money. But then when you look at the condition of life in that region, the Cameroonians are very close to nothing, I must say. And of course, the Chinese are the ones dictating the economy, making all sorts of suggestions that continue to put them and have them to remain in business. So climate finance must never be accepted from the lens of the perpetrators or the infractors or the ones responsible for the crisis. Climate finance will only be determined by the people of the frontline communities, those who are, exposed to the crisis, despite not contributing to this crisis. And like I did mention, climate finance will only address economical, damages or loss. How about the ones that we cannot even put figures on? Are you aware that in this continent, people are migrating from their original lands to a place unknown because of climate crisis? Water taking over farmland, destroying people's houses just because of climate crisis. And people are even exposed to, what seems to be above their heads, and their languages, their food system, their culture, their heritage, everything seems to be threatened, just because of climate crisis. So how do you even put figure? We saw what happened in the United States of America the last time, where there was, issue of fire outbursts linked heavily to climate crisis. How do you begin to compensate, all these infractions, So that is why we are saying that until we democratize, the issue of climate finance, and not just from the lens of throwing money at people as if you are throwing meat to a dog that you will soon kill. It's never going to work like that. And that's why we are committed to rejecting this head-on.
Okay,
and that's why we never stop.
Thank you so much, Olamide. Thank you very much. Now, I want to ask, what immediate steps do we need to take now to protect our forest, to protect our nature without financializing it? Because right now, what you are concerned about, don't give us money, I'll come and take over our forest. So what immediate steps do we need to take, especially our leaders, policies?
Thank you for that. That's very good. I think we must start with the content of our policy. Unfortunately, most of our policies are highly influenced by these foreign, suggestions and foreign elements. For instance, Nigerian national economic contribution have elements of carbon capture, forest preservation that seems very good on paper. So we must force a dialogue on the state to see that our policy speaks to the needs of the people. And I think very, very critically, we must also advance this at the African level. Because like I did mention the last time, who speaks for the Africa is the African Group of Negotiators. Whatever it is that we are advancing as a state have to be collapsed and harmonized on their priority list. So we have to ensure that this, feature very prominently in the priority list of the African Group of Negotiators. And more importantly, the place of community oversight can never and will never be overemphasized. We must serve as watchdogs, looking over our natural assets. We must protect these assets. We must not join hands. I know the attempt, the divide and rule attempt of the state. They will say, after all, your brother is working there. Your sister is working there. Do you want to carry placard against your brother? We understand this dynamic. But then, more importantly, we must begin to advance, what we refer to as community oversight, being able to safeguard and watch over, your community assets, your forest reserve, your water bodies, and make appropriate publicity when, when there's issue of unnecessary infiltration, and talk about it, leverage whatever means available to advance your position and ensure that government listens. Unfortunately, we have to force dialogue on the state, but we will not be tired doing that. And let me also add that what we have, because we are just passers-by. Nobody will be here forever. It is just necessary for us to protect the environment. After all, it is in our own interest, because the primary duty of care, that we have for the environment is for the interest of us and our children.
Yeah, thank you so much, Olamide Martins, for your insights. In fact, you've been wonderful. Amula, I think he's been good.
I already said this is Mr. Golade is our spokesperson in COP. I know, anytime I want something from them.
I'm actually in Sao Paulo at the moment. I'm going to start my return back to Nigeria tomorrow.
Okay. I mean, of course, literally everything that's supposed to happen at COP is wrapping up right now. But I think you started COP30, gave us the update, and now whatever it is that's going on there, you also gave us the update. We thank you. Hey, our mouthpiece in that place, and it was very, very insightful having this conversation with you.
Yes.
Thank you very much, my brother.
Olamide Martins Ogulade, he's an Associate Director, Climate and Environment, Corporate Accountability and Public Participation Africa, that's CAPA. And he has told us so much that we need to know about the rejection of $125 billion that was rejected by Tropical Forest Forever Facility at COP30. And he has also told us the way forward on how to protect our nature without financializing it. Thank you very much once again, Olamide Martins, for your insights. All right.
I think the next thing is when he touched down Nigeria, we'll drag him here.
Yes, he has to come to.
I'll try to drag him here, of course, because look, he will definitely tell us other experiences rather than this their agitation that they're going to do. He maybe tell us the culture that he saw, their interactions with local communities. But then again, that Ecuador angle that he brought out, I think that is enough template. Because now when he said it, I sat back and I said, hang on a minute. Even if we want to industrialize, because our first guest also mentioned the same thing. Why don't we go on our own pace? Why are we using a Western standard? Because we can't even match up. And then the resources, let's not let these people come and exploit it for us. Because look, at the end of the day, as they're mining, you want to get to a particular stage because you want to match up with the West. Whereas people back home are not even there yet.
They are not even looking at.
What they need is not the money, because if they are giving us the money, I'll pay the interest later. We not even that will bear fruit at that point, because you are taking, how do you do that? You pay rob Peter to pay Paul. That is what it's looking like. And our problems are not, they are multifaceted, but they are our own. Let's look for homegrown solution.
Yes.
If we can protect, say, okay, you know what? We do have a problem with our mining, but can we do a way where we will not destroy the forests?
Yeah.
We will not destroy our environment simply because we want to get, maybe for example, locomotive trains that will now come and ruin the environment. Because most of the solutions that people are preferring, you were using it before. And now we are back to where we are saying, oh, the climate is bad. Well, the climate got bad because of the activities that you were doing. So we don't want your own solutions to the problems that you created. How about we source the solutions ourselves and then go at it at our own pace? There's no need to rush. It's not like we're dying next 10 years.
I love the fact that Africans have come to realize that, yes, we can actually have one voice.
Yes, yes.
The fact that they rejected that amount of money to say, no, it is our land, it is our own, and we dictate what happens within our forest, what happens within our nature. You can't just throw money. Let me use this word. Like dogs. That you can't just throw money at
use money to solve all the problems.
You understand? Meanwhile, there are some hidden agendas that you are not letting the people know. I think Africans we've woken up to some extent to understand that, yes, we can actually figure out some solutions, and you don't really just have to use our heads. Again, many thanks to him. It's time to say our goodbyes.
Yeah, I appreciate today's conversations. Both of them were quite insightful. Shout out to Sandra. And of course, shout out to Mr. Ogunlade. Both of them made us realize that the problems are there, quite all right, but the solutions need to be balanced, and we need to go at our own pace, even if it is energy. And if fossil fuel is giving us money, we can't just toss it away because we're looking for renewable energy. Two truths can exist. The same thing that Mr. Ogunlade is talking about. The problems are Africa's problems. Can we use our own solutions? Don't come and throw money at our problems. At the end of the day, we're not paying interest for the money you give us. If you want to give us money, dash us the money. Don't come and give us loan. It doesn't work.
Yes, thank you so much, Amanda. Now, the controversy surrounding the Tropical Forest Forever facility underscores a critical moment in global climate finance. African forests and communities cannot be treated as tradable assets. Therefore, every African is encouraged to follow these debates, support African-led solutions, and advocate for policies that safeguard both biodiversity and the livelihoods of communities who have long protected this forest. Once again, very big thank you to our guests, Osinachi and Olamide. Yes, this is how we've come to the end of today's show. You can follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Omevi Idolo. Thank you for watching.
Some people hear the sound of wood being cut and they think stress, dust, wahala. They say, I beg, who won't suffer with saw and hammer? To them, woodworking is messy, tiring, and just not worth the trouble. But others, they see something else. They see polished tables, handcrafted shelves, stylish stools. They see beauty, value, and serious money. Because yes, cutting wood may be tough, but the hustle can turn into pure profit. My name is Grace Komolafe. Welcome to Cash Craft, where we show you how every skills can become money-making ventures. Today, we are talking woodworking, from basic tools to beautiful designs, and how to turn timber into treasure. Now, let's cut into it. Step 1, pick your project. Before you saw your first board, ask yourself, what do you want to build? Furniture, shelves, decorative wall panels, or maybe customized kitchen boards. Start small. A simple stool or bookshelf can teach you the basics and still fetch good money. Let's move to step 2. Tools, timber, and a plan. You don't need a massive workshop to start. Basic tools like a measuring tape, handsaw, drill, clamps, and sandpaper will do. Choose durable wood like teak, mahogany, or poplar for long-lasting products. And don't forget the blueprint. Sketch your project or download free woodworking plans online. A clear-cut list saves you time. Wood.
Well, thank you once again for inviting me over. What would I say? Just doing a lot of wonderful things all over the world, working towards development of humanity in the areas of most especially sports development, football management, football administration, and other businesses I'm involved in. So that's what I've been up to. Well, basically, the National Sports Commission is there to ensure that sports development is put in the proper perspective. There are a lot of papers, a lot of policy papers, a lot of things that have been put in place. So they need to go into it, look at it, and structure something positive out for the development of sports in the country. I'm sure they have all what it takes to do it, and the zeal and the power to go ahead and put those things in place. So that's basically what they need to do. How the implementation is key. And I know, well, one way or the other, they should have the wherewithal to do it. So I wish them all the best. Well, you see, I don't like criticizing. I think I've gone away from areas of criticizing, but the standard of the league is very poor, and they have to put all efforts together to improve on the league. Also, the technicalities of the game, the manpower. We have to, we're still doing what we practiced 15 to 10 years ago. So it's not changed. So all those things have to change. We have to go away from the mediocre ways of running the game and put in more investment in development of the game itself. Clubs have to be, it's so sad that we in Nigeria prefer to watch the Premier League compared to the Nigerian Premier League. It's a sad story. I remember 40 years ago, you could go to the stadium and watch our local, amateur league, and there were standards. So there's no reason why we can't bring that back. It's the wherewithal, the willpower to do it, and the stem from, having to go away from the area of mediocrity, where we bring in professionalism. We have the people that can do it, without any doubt. But for the system to allow them come in and do those things is another question. How that is going to be done, we've talked about it for many years, but nothing has been done about it. I pray and I hope someday they'll put up the proper perspective and the willpower to do those things. When it comes to grassroots football, we really have to start with kids from a very early age. We must have we have to start with them from age 5 to 16, to 18, to 20. So you have to have a sequence, a system where you build around from the very younger ones, and you have a uniform structure. Number one, we have to identify the kind of football we want to play in Nigeria, our type of flow, our ethos, what we want to play. And then we can now imbibe that, put it in our kids from a very early age. So from age 5, you go under 5 to under 8, under 8 to under 12, under 12 to under 16, under 16 to under 18. You have those structures in place. And it's spread around the nation. Now, where it's not the under 5 or under 18 where you put a 20-year-old or 25-year-old. We have to have a system where those kids are registered and we can monitor them from a very early age. You understand me? Where we don't cheat, where we bring in the right age and we train them to perform at different age group levels. And going into from there and then going into the national sides. So we can start playing the under 10, under 15, or under 16, under 18. You understand me? So those structures have to be in place, which we don't have today. There must be uniformity. You understand? So if we can do that in the future, we will progress. But there must be a system in place. We must have coaches that have been trained to work with the kids from that very early age. And those coaches are trained within the system, within the Nigerian Football Federation, and then they're sent out to work with those children all over the nation. The football academies we have today are only out to sell players. You understand me? So what I'm saying here is where we have, I'm not saying academies shouldn't sell players or not. Those players in the academies, if we have uniformity, should be playing in the league. And then we must have a cap where we say, look, until you're a certain age, you can't leave the country. You must play in that league because we've invested in you. We've invested in those kids. So maybe they will have to play till they're 20 or 18 or 19, where they can now go out, you understand, to play abroad. But there must be a structure in place. And there must be laws guiding it. That's the only way we can excel. It also goes to it also goes back to what I've been saying. The girls, the female team in Nigeria today, I believe the girls, I call them girls or ladies, are the ones that will ever win the World Cup first. They got the capacity, they got the women football, they can win the World Cup. They got what it takes. But then it now goes back to our attitude and the corruption in the system. You understand me? If you allow the other girls from a very early age develop, and you have the same system I'm talking about, that cap of under 5, under 8, under 10, and you structure and you do it continuously in uniformity, we will be world beaters. We will win the World Cup at any given time because the women have got the grit. They pick up very faster than our army. They tap the balls. They are more technically better, within that range. So, but it's for us to develop those things and to take away corruption. First, when we talk about indigenous coaches, what coaches do we have? You see, if you don't have a competitive league, a highly professional league, how do you want to get good coaches? You can't get good coaches. The coaches, it's not that we don't have the capacity to build good coaches. We have a lot of talents in this country that can be world beaters, that could be top coaches. I talk to young stars. Young stars will talk to you about the technicality of the game. They're very bright. Even my son, when he talks to me about football, I think he knows the game better than I do today. The technicalities of the game, you understand me? The formations, how players play back and forth. It's because you've given them the exposure. And we need to give our young stars that exposure. We need to develop them. That's what we're not doing. We have to invest in them. But for now, we have not done that. And what we're doing today is those bunch of coaches we have are not good enough to run the national team at that level of competition. I have one or two of them in America that are sound, they're there. But how many of them can you bring into the system? You understand me? Our local coaches, we need
National Institute of Sports.
Now, please, let's forget about the National Institute of Sports. That I use a word, it's been alamalized. That's a very poor system. It has nothing. We have nothing there. I'm serious. I'm not running anything. Our National Sports Institute is a disgrace. So we shouldn't be talking about that. Yeah. If you want to talk about a National Sports Institute, then you go to Australia and other countries and you see what it is. You see the standards. We don't have those things. Ours is archaic.
Is it beyond redemption?
There's nothing beyond redemption. It can be, we can work on it. We can develop it. We just have a time frame, work around it. See, there's nothing we cannot do in this country. We got everything possible to do it. It's the wherewithal. Do we have that mindset to do it? Are we ready for it? Those are the things we have to look at. Or do we want to continue with our mediocrity? But really, sincerely speaking, there's nothing impossible. We can do anything here. We've got great youngsters. We have to remove all this old, archaic way of thinking and then bring in a more modern, professional approach to things. So that's it. The media is one of the most corrupt anyway, I'm sorry to say. The sports media and all that, the sports writers. I worked in the system, I know how corrupt they are. Majority of them are corrupt. I'm saying it. They can challenge me, but it's the truth. Until we get rid of all those things, where our boys go and collect envelopes to write or favor people, we're not going to get anywhere. I'm not saying the press, but the sports writers, I disgrace. See, the supporters club is not going to do anything or develop football. This is just to travel, get things. Oh, it's fine. It's good to have fans. But what has that got to do with football development? Nothing. Supporters club is not going to do anything. They're playing their own politics. You understand me? They want to travel. That's it. Travel around the world, do things. But is that part of football development? That is not football development. So let's leave that aside. We're talking about the professional, the technicalities, what it takes to develop national sides or a proper league. Then the supporters club has nothing to do with it. Do you see, how many people do you see at stadiums in Nigeria instead of watching football? Scanty, there's nothing. It's not like in the days where in the 70s or even in the 60s, if you're going to play a game at 4:45 in the afternoon, the stadium is full to capacity. At 11 in the morning. You don't have that anymore. So what are we talking about supporters club?
Is there a way we can bring that back, that passion?
Yeah, if you build a league that has the quality, the professionalism, and all the standards are put in place, then you can bring them back. Then you can bring the crowd back. I think it's very unfair to call it lesser sports. All sports are tops. Yeah, it's very wrong to call them. They're top sports. Basketball is tops. Athletics is tops. It's very wrong. I think it's very unfair to call them lesser sports. See, bottom line is the politics, the greed. You understand me? We have top talented basketball players all over the world. We could put them together. It's all about management. It's all about commitment. But you don't have those things there. It's about myself. It's all about self-aggrandization. What do I get from this? It's not about what do we do to build these teams or these athletes to be world beaters. Do you understand me? So you're not going to get anything out of it. You will never. It's the bottom line. You'll never ever get anything. So you'll always have factions, you'll always have people fighting. Why do you fight for what? If you can collectively come together to build a system, a structure for basketball, for example, because the girls are tops, they can perform, they can do far better than where they are today. I always tell you, the female teams in Nigeria will always excel in athletics, in basketball and all that. Our male are a bit arrogant and clunky in doing things, but the ladies are always more committed. They've got what it takes, but they need good management. It's not that the men can't do it too, the men can do it, but it all also evolves with good management. Taking away politics, taking away greed, not a situation where a coach is collecting money from a player to put a player in the team, or a member of the football association fighting for their children or family to play in the national team, or a member of government is asking someone to put their kids in the team. No, that's not it. Where is the nationalism? Where's that patriotism? Patriotism. I don't care where you come from. If you're good, you're good. If you're better than my own people, then my own people have to sit down and you let them, the others that can perform. Where would you have quota system in football? Where's that done? Do you understand me? So we have a lot of issues we need to resolve. Well, what do you expect? The athletes themselves are far more successful and far more exposed than the administrators. So the administrators obviously are always envious of those ones, and they make life difficult for them. Do you understand me? Where you have people that are not competent enough running a system, people that are not exposed, that haven't got the professional ethics to run the thing, that's what you get. Then the greed aspect, which is a standard norm for us in this country. Greed. Where people believe athletics is only, being a member of the Athletics Federation is all about traveling. You understand me? He wants to travel, she wants to travel. She wants to be in the, what do you call them, in the group of people that are going away. See, you can never get no results. They're all fighting to get something. And then they don't care about the athletes. They want to be in a delegation that is going to travel. Do you understand me? So that's basically it. They're not interested in the development. They haven't got the zeal. You understand me, sir? So once you don't have those things, you can never get anything right. Yeah, the private sector is one. The cricket has more because, government involvement is not as, I think you have more of the private people, interested private people that have gone to schools, top schools, that played cricket in those days. Those are the ones that are promoting cricket. So you're going to get results, you understand me? Because they're far more exposed, they understand what it takes. So the commitment is there. They're using their own funds to push, to develop the game. You understand sports? So that's why cricket is picking up. Oh, you mean the National Sports Festival? I think for now we don't really need that. We need to do more with the private sector. I think the new chairman of the National Sports Commission, he seems he's an exposed person. I think he's got to sit right and see how he can profile solutions to these things and change the course of. He's got what it takes to do it. He just has to come out of that shell, come out of that darkness. I'll call it darkness, and come into real light. I think he has it. But National Sports Festival, I don't think we're ready. We really need that now. We need to do more with youth development programs. You see, a National Sports Festival in those days was more interesting because you had more schools, inter-school sports. And that is where the best athletes came from. We don't have that anymore. So first we need to build the school sports, schools, athletics and all that, build it to a standard and then go into national sports festivals. For now, we don't have that. And I think the National Sports Commission has to look into that, how they can work with the Ministry of Education and see how they can build that again. School sports. That's where you get the best. In those days, the best athletes, we knew those that will run, that will actually participate and run for Nigeria. We knew the ones that will do high jump, long jump, triple jump. We knew them, both female and females, from secondary school. You don't have that anymore. So where do they come from? Nowhere. So you have, like in those days where some schools will go and get mercenaries, pay for them to come and run. That's what you get today. So it's corrupt. Now, the Sports Commission has to work on that. It has to change it. I know they can do it. They just need to sit back and look at how they will change the course of things. If you want to unite Nigeria with good sports, then you got to give them good results, good teams that can perform. You understand me? In the process of winning competitions, or they have a team, or they have teams that have got the quality that can move the nation, then you unite. Everybody wants to watch good football. Everybody wants to see a great athlete running. You want to see a good high jumper performing at the best. When you see that, it draws everybody together. If you have a good national team that plays excellent football, look, in Nigeria, when you look at our team, the 94 team. We were the 5th in world ranking. You were talking about ranking, which I don't really. When we really had a good ranking, we were number 5 in the world. The 94 team was number 5. The World Cup 94, we were rated as the 5th best team in the world. And you look at the style of football we played. We developed our own style of football, took it to the world, and we were respected. We don't do that anymore. We have to have an identity. You understand me? Our footballers are not the best. We're good, we're very athletic, we're strong, we're physical. You understand me? We've got to build that kind of football. We are not as technical when it comes to techniques and all that, like the Europeans. But when it comes to the physicality, you understand me, we're better. When it comes to the physicality, the mental strength, we have it. So you have to build around that. You're putting a bit of technical things there, but the main issues is we got to have the muscles, the strength to run any team down. That's the kind of football we should play. We're playing lazy football now. We have to play what we played then, where we run any team down. We can play 2-3 hours non-stop. We never get tired. We don't have that anymore. We can't even string passes. We can't play 2 against 4, 3 against. We don't do it anymore. We're lazy.
It's got to do with the kind of coach.
It's not only the coach. Yeah, the coach and then the association, the federation. They don't have a vision. You have to know what you want to present to the world. It's like any other top team in the world. Real Madrid, Barcelona, they have their own type ethos, their own style of football. And this is what they sell to the world. We don't even know what we're doing. We have to have what it takes to sell to the world. This is what we want to do. This is how we can perform. This is the style we're going to play. And that style we believe in. And then we build the youngsters from very early to play that same type of football. We have the manual that we can work with. Uniformity. Simple. That's it. No, it's individual and the corporate organizations. They're not doing enough. Everything can't just be government. Today, you don't even have Nigerians pumping money into sports like they used to do that. I'm sorry, I don't want to digress, and I don't want to say what my father did. I'm not promoting my family, but I knew how he invested millions of dollars building the national teams. Yeah, his personal funds. You don't get those things anymore. Do you understand me? You have to see the '94 team was done outside the outside government. It was done by individuals. That was why we were successful. But you don't have those things anymore. You just have a bunch of greedy leaders and greedy individuals or corporate bodies. It's all about them and their family. They're not giving it. So how do you want the kids to perform? How? All the kids are out there wasting away. We got great talents in this country, but they're wasting away because we're not helping out. We're not encouraging them. We're not building structures, institutions where you can build those, you can develop those kids. Yeah. So they're on the street doing yahoo, doing all sorts of stupid things. Yeah. Because there's no competition. There's nothing to draw their attention. You understand me? Until we do those things, we can never ever change. We can't get it right. Yeah, well, for me, I don't see any difference for me, whatever you give to the female teams, you also give to the seniors, to men. Because our team, our female team, at the world ranking today, we're tops, we're recognized. So you have to also allow, but for men, anywhere in the world, men always have an advantage. But doesn't mean the disparity should be so much. You give the ladies, I remember when I was the FA chairman, I remember once the female team was in camp, and we went there in Ota. When we found out what they were earning, it was disgraceful. They couldn't even buy their, I'm sorry to say that, what you ladies use, your pads, you couldn't even buy it. I had to tell them, these are women. Why are you treating them like rubbish? They have to be looked after. Because they're going to need more of those systems because you have more wastage than men. Don't let me go into what I'm saying, but I understand. So the women have to be well taken care of. Yeah, simple. So you got to give them what it takes. Strike a balance. You have to strike a balance. The solutions I'm going to give you, I can't give you a straight off head, right? But really, since first, we have to get rid of greed. We have to go away from all this religiosity in the system, because religion has destroyed the fabrics of a nation. See, being a Christian or a Muslim or whatever doesn't mean you've got to cheat people or lie to people or not show love. You understand me? Or the religious, when I come to religion, the churches, the institutions we have today are not developing education. There must be uniformity in education. They're not developing education. Education is key. But you know what we have today? Half-baked educated youths. Half-baked. And that's the worst you can ever have. And that is key in anything we do. First, to have good leaders, well-structured. In Germany, in Europe, and now, the kids that go to the best universities, some kids are developed, they're built up to be top civil servants. So they go to Oxford, they go to Cambridge, they become top politicians. Then you have the ones that will become big and top engineers, and now they go to certain universities. All those things are structured. We had it before in the past. It's gone. We got to find the way. It's not about just giving licenses to universities. But for me, the foundation, education, is very key. When you have half-baked youths, and you have half-baked leaders that haven't got that structure in place, that proper education, they can never excel. What are you going to tell them? They will never get it right. So that's very key. Now, when you talk about policies, who are the ones that are going to put the policy papers together if they're half-baked? Because you need policy papers, you need to have a better understanding of your environment, of the society. You have to have a better understanding of how the society will grow. So if you don't have that in mind, you can never develop. So you need those things to make the nation change. I'm just giving it in a nutshell. Yeah, you need more commercial, you need more private sector funding, you need more sponsorship, and then, like I said, you need more training. You need to train your coaches. Our referees are the most Nigerian referees. Do you see any referee participating in any African Nations Cup? No. Because, and you're telling me it's the best league. That's the most corrupt league in the world. Because our coaches are not even, our referees are not even allowed. They never invite them for any Nations Cup. So what are we talking about? What does that tell you? What does that tell you? Every match in the MPFL, most times, most of the games, all home teams win. You don't see away teams coming to win. So are you telling me that's a balanced league? It's not a balanced league. It's a corrupt league. So that has to change first. When that changes, you understand me? And then other things will follow. You see, you have the National Olympic Committee that is run, by the private sector and government. Now you need to get the right people in the private sector to come in there to work with some people in government, people that have got the wherewithal, that got the financial muscle and the commitment to do those things. Not just people that are hustlers that just want to get something out of it. It's about people that want to give. That's what Olympics is all about. People that give, that are ready to give, to develop Olympians to be world beaters. People that truly want that mood, that soul of Olympics to excel. That's what we need. And that is what we have to work on. And that comes from leadership, that comes from the system, where you choose the right people that have got what it takes to build the Olympic team.
Optimism is a strategy for making a better future because unless you believe that the future can be better, you are unlikely to step up and take responsibility for making it so. Responsibility is the price of greatness. How else can one explain the thought process of a 24-year-old youth leaving the luxurious comforts in the United States to fill in for his incarcerated father in sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria, and run a family business holding the fort till stability was achieved? This is the story of Abdul Samad Rabiu, an unassuming, silent achiever. Samad Rabiu attended Capital University, Columbus, Ohio, and returned to Nigeria to oversee the family business when his father, SOUQ Rabiu, was detained by the administration of General Muhammadu Buhari for allegedly not paying the rice report duties. Not only was his father under investigation, the family business was under scrutiny. These harsh realities of being thrust right into the middle of it all shaped the young man's resolve to hard work in silence. Abdul Samad Rabiu is the son of one of Nigeria's foremost industrialists, late Khalifa SOUQ Rabiu, founder of SOUQ Rabiu and Sons Group. The family operated holding company with a history of investment in manufacturing, insurance, banking, and real estate. In the 1970s, the group invested in manufacturing, with its first investment being the Kano Suits and Packaging Cases Company, a factory producing suitcases and handbags. In 1972, the Bagauda Textile Mill, manufacturing woven clothes for uniforms, importing and trading in different segments of the economy, including frozen food service, sugar, and a motor vehicle and parts distribution company specialized in dyed soup products. Abdul Samad Rabiu was born with a very big silver spoon in the ancient city of Kano on the 4th day of August in 1960, 57 days to Nigerian independence. 24 years later, responsibility beckoned. He was in the family business till 1988. Abdul Samad Rabiu, following in the steps of the family business, established BUA Bois International Limited in 1988. Solely for commodity trading, Bois International Limited imported rice, edible oil, flour, iron, and steel. The much-needed wins to his sale came in 1990. The government, owners of the Dettol Steel Company, got into a contract with Bois to supply its raw materials in exchange for finished products. This was the young company's much-needed windfall. Bois expanded further into steel, producing pellets, importing iron ore, and constructing multiple rolling mills in Nigeria. Nigerian Oil Mills Limited, the largest edible oil processing company in Nigeria, was sadly bought by Bois in 2005. Bois started 2 flour milling plants in Lagos and in Kano. By 2008, Bois had broken an 8-year monopoly in the Nigerian sugar industry by commissioning the second largest sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. In 2009, the company went on to silently acquire a controlling stake in a publicly listed cement company in northern Nigeria, Sokoto Cement, and began to construct a $900 million cement plant in Ogu-Okbela, Edo State, completed and commissioned in 2015, which was at that time the single largest non-oil investment in South Nigeria, and had a capacity of 6 million metric tons per annum upon completion of the second line. This was followed by a new 1.5 million metric tons line in Sokoto in 2018 and another 3 million metric ton line, which commenced in 2020 and was commissioned in 2022, bringing the total installed capacity for his cement holdings to 11 million metric tons as of January 2022. Abdul Samad Rabiu is very entrenched with his family in business, having over 40 siblings. His younger brother, Rabiu SOUQ Rabiu, was the CEO of IRS Airlines Limited, an airline based in Abuja, Nigeria. It operates scheduled domestic passenger services. Its main base was Nnamdi Azikiwe International Airport. The airline was established in 2002 and started operations in March 2002 and ceased operations in 2013. Kabiru Rabiu, a younger brother, currently serves as the Group Executive Director of BUA Group. In 2020, Kabiru was named the best African economic leader under the age of 40, the 100 African Economic Leaders for Tomorrow Awards by the French Institute, SOUQ. BUA invested $300 million in the 20,000 hectares Lafiaji Sugar Estate project, which comprises a sugar mill, sugar refinery, ethanol processing plant, and 35 megawatts power plant. The company also built an export-focused refinery in Port Harcourt, the only destination sugar refinery in sub-Saharan Africa. Abdul Samad Rabiu is constructing a 200,000 barrels per day petrochemicals refinery in Akwa Ibom State, Nigeria. The agreement was signed with Access of France in August 2020 for the refinery aimed at serving Nigeria and the West African petroleum refining needs. It is expected to be completed and operational by 2025. The privately owned Omu Obela Cement Company was in January 2020 merged with the publicly listed Cement Company of Northern Nigeria, where Abdul Samad Rabiu already held a controlling stake in the $3.3 billion transaction, and BUA Cement PLC was born. Abdul Samad consolidated all his food businesses in sugar, edible oils, rice, flour, and pasta milling into a new company, BUA Foods PLC. In December 2021, it was listed on the Nigerian exchange. BUA Foods emerged as a consumer goods leader in market capitalization, experiencing a phenomenal 206% year-to-date appreciation. Share prices soared from 65 naira per share in December 2022 to the current value of 379.9 naira per share as at 24th March 2024. In terms of fundamentals, BUA Foods exhibited robust financials with a 54% increase in profits to 105.6 billion naira in the first 9 months of 2023. Revenue witnessed an impressive 80.95% year-on-year growth, reaching 524.428 billion naira, and return on average equity stood at 43.42%. Despite challenges, Rabiu strategically increased his direct shares in BUA Cement by 56.37%, totaling 96.12% ownership. This move, executed on June 26, 2023, demonstrates Rabiu's confidence in his company's future growth. BUA Foods PLC and BUA Cement PLC companies are among the top 10 most valuable publicly listed companies in sub-Saharan Africa. From a relatively small company in 1988, BUA Group has grown to a world-class conglomerate, contributing significantly to the country's GDP while providing employment opportunities for tens of thousands of Nigerians. Abdul Samad Rabiu's philanthropy is silently second to none. He founded the Abdul Samad Africa Initiative, ASR Africa, and an African-focused fund for social development and renewal which seeks to support Nigeria and other African countries in the area of health, education, and social development. In October 2022, Abdul Samad Rabiu, through ASR Africa, donated $500,000 to the United States Agency for International Development partner on tuberculosis control, HIV, and gender-based violence prevention efforts in Nigeria. Development of a 7.5 billion naira 200-bed specialist hospital in Kano State during the global COVID-19 pandemic. Abdul Samad Rabiu championed Nigeria's donation to this COVID-19 intervention by a single individual or corporate donating, amongst other things, 1.35 billion naira to the COVID private sector coalition, 300 million naira to the Presidential Task Force on COVID-19, over 1 billion naira in cash donations to 10 state governments across the country, 70 ambulances, medical equipment, face masks, provision of foodstuffs for over 1.5 million persons in Kano, Lagos, and River States. ASR Africa Initiative donated a 4 billion naira police hospital in Abuja and donated 1 billion naira each for 6 universities across Nigeria through the ASR Africa Tertiary Education Grants Scheme for infrastructural development. The beneficiaries of the 6 billion naira tertiary education grant schemes are Ahmadu Bello University, University of Ibadan, University of Maiduguri, Nnamdi Azikiwe University, University of Ilorin, and the University of Benin. ASR Africa Initiative also donated 2.5 billion naira each through its tertiary healthcare development grants for health projects across 4 geopolitical zones in the country. These are in addition to 5 billion naira donated to build the first teaching hospital in Akwa Ibom State, donated 10 billion naira to the Security Support Fund of the Nigerian government. Abdul Samad Rabiu was awarded the 2022 CEO of the Year at the African CSR Awards, 2016 African Industrialist of the Year Awards by the All African Business Leader Awards, the 2022 Sun Man of the Year Awards, 2020 Vanguard Business Person of the Year, and the New Telegraph Philanthropist of the Year, 2021, a recipient of several honorary doctorate degrees from various universities, including the University of Benin, Nasarawa State University, Sokoto State University, and Crescent University. Abdul Samad Rabiu is a fellow of the Institute of Directors, and he currently holds the prestigious Nigerian National Honors, Commander of the Order of the Federal Republic, CFR, Commander of the Order of Niger, CON, as well as the highest civilian national honor in Niger Republic. Abdul Samad Rabiu is married with children. His children are Mustafa Khadija Kuki Rabiu, Ishaku Khalifa Rabiu, Junad Rabiu. On the 22nd of January 2024, Forbes estimated Rabiu's wealth at $5.9 billion, putting him as the 6th wealthiest man in Africa and 508th in the Global Billionaires Club. The family man, the silent achiever, the giver, Abdul Samad Rabiu.
Market. Eko Idumota, once a residential neighborhood, is home to Idumota Market located on Lagos Island. It is one of the oldest and arguably one of the largest markets in West Africa. Idumota is a historic neighborhood adjacent to the Lagos port that facilitated the slave trade and later under the British indirect rule, it surrounded to exports that fueled the colonial enterprise. Idumota was also the location of an Armed Forces Remembrance Cenotaph called Soja Idumota, built as a monument to Nigerian soldiers who served with the West African Frontier Force. An Eyo Masquerade statue and a clock tower are also some monuments at Idumota. Idumota Market is so popular that large sales are recorded as early as 7 a.m. The market is made up of hundreds of locked-up shops occupying several multi-story buildings, with some measuring about 5 or more floors. In 2010, the Lagos State government demolished some illegal structures in order to improve vehicular and human movement in and around the markets. During weekdays, the neighborhood of Idumota is densely populated by shoppers, traders, and bus passengers. From the Carter Bridge ascending into Lagos Island, passengers can see the neighborhood before disembarking at their final destination. Idumota Market accommodates the substantial inflow of imported goods. The bulk of import from abroad are routed first through Idumota and then on to other markets through Nigeria and other West and Central African countries. The energy of private Idumota traders and wholesalers facilitate this activity, where millions of US dollars worth of wholesale is exchanged daily. Idumota Market, SOUQ Enlightenment.
Broad Street. Broad Street, situated in Lagos Island, is steeped in Nigerian history. Once the biggest financial hub of the country, it housed the headquarters of major banks, linked to CBN, the stock exchange, and the loads of lender companies. Broad Street is a historically significant street. It has played a central role in the development of Lagos and history, an important commercial and administrative center for the British colonial authorities. It was also home to some of the city's earliest modern buildings. Broad Street was a residential area in the pre-colonial era. With the British came the Methodist Boys High School in 1878 and the Broad Street Prison in 1882, renamed Freedom Park. The General Hospital, which was a British military hospital, was built in 1893, being the first general hospital in Nigeria. The old British Secretariat building, which is now the Federal Ministry of Justice, was built in 1906. Broad Street has seen a full turn into modern commercial office blocks, complexes, skyscrapers, and markets from the outer marina through Akpombo early into the Adeliji Adele Road. Broad Street is one of the busiest streets in Nigeria on weekdays, where commercial activities take place day and night. From modern buildings to ancient structures, this street gives one a raw dose of life in Lagos. Broad Street is often referred to as Lagos Financial District. It boasts a mix of architectural styles, reflecting its long history, colonial-era buildings, Victorian and Edwardian architectural features, alongside more modern skyscrapers and structures. Broad Street remains a vital, vibrant part of the Nigerian economy. Broad Street. SOUQ Enlightenment.
Nigerian leather industry has a storied history, particularly in the northern parts of the country, where the art of leather farming and crafting has been perfected over centuries. Traditionally, leather was used primarily for functional items like sandals, bags, and saddles, with little emphasis on fashion. However, the narrative has changed drastically in recent years, as Nigerian leather has evolved from a utilitarian product to a symbol of luxury and high fashion. Here is a special report by Bayo Olaoye. The turning point for Nigerian leather came as local designers began to recognize its potential beyond traditional uses. They started to experiment with new designs, creating products that appeal to the modern consumer while maintaining the heritage of craftsmanship. The result has been a wave of leather products that are not only functional, but also stylish and desirable on the global stage. One of the key factors driving the revolution is the exceptional quality of Nigerian leather. Known for its durability and unique texture, Nigerian leather, particularly from goats and cattle, has become highly sought after by fashion houses both within and outside Africa. This demand has encouraged local artisans to up their game, focusing on quality control and finishing techniques to meet international standards. Moreover, Nigerian leather products have benefited from the global trend towards sustainable and ethically produced goods. Consumers are increasingly turning away from massively produced items in favor of the handcrafted, sustainable alternatives. Nigerian leather made using traditional methods with minimal environmental impact fits perfectly into this narrative. This has opened up markets for Nigerian leather goods, particularly in Europe and North America, where there is a growing appreciation for products with a story and a conscience. The rise of Nigerian leather on the fashion scene is also closely tied to the country's booming creative industry. Fashion designers, many of whom had gained international recognition, are incorporating leather into their collections and innovative ways. From sleek handbags and bespoke shoes to stylish jackets and accessories, the Nigerian leather is becoming a staple in high fashion. This trend is not only boosting the profile of Nigerian fashion, but also creating new opportunities for economic growth. The leather industry, once dominated by small-scale craftsmen, is now attracting significant investment. Entrepreneurs are setting up modern tannery and workshops, creating jobs and fostering skills development in the process. This industrialization of leather products is helping to formalize what was once an informal sector, leading to better working conditions and high incomes for artisans. However, The success of Nigerian leather market did not emerge without challenges. The industry still faces issues related to infrastructure, access to finance, and competition from imported goods. Additionally, there is the need for more investment in technology and innovation to further enhance the quality of leather products and make them more competitive in the global market. Despite these challenges, the future of Nigerian leather products looks bright. There is a growing recognition of the value of locally produced leather goods both within Nigeria and globally. This is evident in the increasing number of fashion shows and trade fairs dedicated to promoting Nigerian leather products, as well as the rising demand from international buyers. The evolution of Nigerian leather from a utilitarian material to a symbol of high fashion is a testament to the creativity and resilience of the Nigerian artisans. It reflects the broader trend in the global fashion industry towards sustainability and craftsmanship. As the world continues to embrace African fashion, Nigerian leather is poised to become a major player on the international stage, offering a unique blend of tradition, quality, and style. This is just the beginning of what promises to be an exciting new chapter for Nigerian leather. The Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Offences-Related Commission (ICPC) convened a one-day capacity-building workshop in Lagos aimed at strengthening accountability, transparency, and integrity across Nigeria's local government councils. Held under the theme, The Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption, the workshop was jointly organized in collaboration with the Federal Ministry of Justice, Fiscal Responsibility Commission, Bureau of Public Procurement, Code of Conduct Bureau, and the Center for Fiscal Transparency and Public Integrity, with support from the EU-funded Rule of Law and Anti-Corruption Program. The initiative was designed in response to the recent judicial pronouncement reaffirming local government as an independent tier of government.
State governments are prohibited from receiving funds allocated for local government.
Its objective was to equip local officials with knowledge and practical tools necessary for effective governance, compliance with procurement standards, and improved service delivery at the grassroots level.
Some will be deceived, as it were too, but what is more important is that we all have a task to ensure that autonomy granted to the local government, which is the third tier of government, is not abused.
The Supreme Court's affirmation of local government autonomy is a monumental victory for all of us. It grants grassroots democracy. It grants you the power to truly drive whatever development you think you can impact on your people. However, great power demands great responsibility. Autonomy without accountability is obviously a recipe for fiscal disaster. For us at Fiscal Responsibility Commission, FRC, which is part of this coalition that is going from state to state to educate the operators, is very key that we learn how to plan.
Or a task, that duty that you have been entrusted with in that your office, you are the one responsible for it. If you don't do it well, if you allow yourself, like my brother said, your village people, to make you to read procurement, to make you to collect bribe, to make you to spend outside budget. We have Boko Haram. Haram is what? Abomination. We have also fiscal haram. Are you aware? There is a concept called fiscal haram, and that is, number one fiscal haram is any expenditure that's not budgeted. Spending government money without a budget is number one fiscal what? Haram.
The participants engaged in interactive discussions and team exercises, explored case studies on corruption prevention, accountability frameworks, and interagency collaboration. They also participated in a question and answer section focused on addressing challenges and exploring practical solutions to enhance public accountability in local government systems. At the end of the workshop, Participants expressed satisfaction with the quality of content and delivery, highlighting the relevance of the sessions to their daily administrative responsibilities. Organizers reaffirmed that the joint agency initiative forms part of Nigeria's ongoing national anti-corruption agenda aimed at institutionalizing transparency, promoting fiscal responsibility, and strengthening governance structures at the grassroots level.
My name is Shino Gbadegeshin. I'm the CEO of Gozi Micro Insurance. Continue to watch SOUQ News.
Adenike Adeyemi, Executive Director of Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
My name is Shepherd Michael Adewale Onofuye. I enjoy you all to always watch SOUQ News TV.
Hey everyone, Majuli Obaje here representing Gigi. Keep watching SOUQ News, okay? Stay updated with SOUQ News.
My name is Aton Keme. I am the head of MSME banking. Please keep watching SOUQ News and stay glued to SOUQ News.
I recommend that more and more people should watch SOUQ News because they deal with business news.
Hi, my name is Amaka Wokolo. I am the director of the Faith Institute at Faith Foundation. Keep watching SOUQ News.
Hello and welcome to World News on SOUQ News Television. I am Olumide Shukoya. Let's begin with today's top stories. Federal government, state and local governments share 2.094 trillion naira as revenue for October 2025. Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee announces virtual conferences, cryptocurrencies, and will be taxed under ongoing tax reforms. Saudi Arabia Prince Mohammed bin Salman pledges to increase his country's U.S. investments to $1 trillion. The United Kingdom is set to impose visa restrictions on countries that fail to cooperate with deportation on their nationals in a new enforcement push. And in sport news, Super Falcons goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie claims the Women's Goalkeeper of the Year award for the third time this year at the 2025 CAF Awards. The federal government, state and local government shared 2.094 trillion naira as revenue for October 2025, reflecting slight decline from 2.10 trillion naira and represents 0.43% decrease on month-on-month basis, minor revenue fluctuations. The figures were disclosed after Federation Account Allocation Committee FAAC meeting held in Abuja. Now, according to a statement by Bawa Mokwa, Director of Press at the Office of the Accountant General of the Federation, the funds were dispersed across the 3 tiers of government to support budgetary needs and essential services. This revenue allocation remains critical for sustaining public operations nationwide, while decline is modest. It highlights the ongoing challenges in the meeting consistent revenue target. Analysts believe better tax compliance, improved oil earnings, and enhanced fiscal discipline could help stabilize monthly disbursement moving forward. The Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has disclaimed any association with Zelda Microfinance Bank Limited, warning the public that the firm is operating illegally without a license. The Apex Bank, in a statement issued Thursday by the Acting Director of Corporate Communication, Akama Sidi Ali, describes Zodo's claim of being CBN licensed as false and misleading. According to CBN, SOUQ has been presenting itself as a legitimate financial institution with operational branches in Lagos, Abuja, Kano, Kaduna. However, the bank stressed that the company has not received any regulatory approval to operate as a microfinance institution within Nigeria's financial ecosystem. The CBN cautioned the public against engaging with SOUQ and urged Nigerians to verify the licensing status of financial institutions via its official website. The disclaimer is part of CBN's broader efforts to combat fraud and maintain trust in the financial system. Now, Nigeria imported raw materials worth 1.72 trillion naira from Asia in the first half of 2025, accounting for 48.84% of total raw materials imports within the period, according to the National Bureau of Statistics (NBS). This figure sharply outweighs imports from the Americas, which stood at 722.29 billion naira, reflecting 138.8% gap. The surge underscores Nigeria's growing reliance on Asian markets for industrial inputs, despite abundant local resources. Analysts note that the gap is driven by limited domestic processing capacity, high production costs, and infrastructure deficit, which force manufacturers to source cheaper, processed alternatives abroad. Economists and industrial stakeholders warn that the trend poses a long-term risk to local industrialization. They urge the federal government to ramp up investment in processing industries and incentivize local raw materials development, or risk continuing trade imbalances and vulnerability to foreign supply shocks. Independent Petroleum Marketers Association of Nigeria, IPMAN, has warned of possible disruption in fuel distribution over the Nigerian Midstream and Downstream Petroleum Regulatory Authority (NMDPRA's) failure to settle debts inherited from the defunct Petroleum Equalization Fund. Now, in a meeting held by IPMAN's National Executive Council in Abuja, the association expressed deep frustration with NMDPRA's repeated failure to honor payments commitments. The debts, which have been outstanding for over 3 years, relate to verified bridging claims owed to marketers across the country. IPMAN National President Abubakar Gandhi said the group had shown patience beyond a reasonable limit, noting that an earlier strike was suspended based on the regulator's promises. With no payments forthcoming, the association has warned that its members may be forced to halt operations, a move that could threaten national fuel supply stability if not resolved swiftly. The Malala Fund has approved $1.7 million in new grants for 9 Nigerian organizations working to tackle the country's high rate of out-of-school girls. This announcement was made Wednesday by the fund's communication manager for Nigeria, Nankwat Mbi, and also published on the organization's official website. This latest funding is part of a broader $4.8 million investment for 21 organizations across 5 countries: Brazil, Ethiopia, Nigeria, Pakistan, and Tanzania. It aligns with Malala's Fund's 2025 to 2030 strategy, which focuses on improving access to formal education in regions where girls are disproportionately excluded from learning opportunities. The intervention comes at a critical time for Nigeria, where insecurity, poverty, and cultural barriers continue to hinder girls' education. The selected grantees will work on projects ranging from policy advocacy to grassroots mobilization, aiming to create systemic change and help more girls complete their education. The National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has issued a public alert after child banned blending infant cereals produced by Danone Group due to contamination concerns. The cereals were found to contain aflatoxin B1, toxic substance that failed to meet European safety standards, raising alarms about their health impact on infants. NAFDAC confirmed that the affected cereals are already circulating in Nigeria, particularly in border communities near Chad. The agency has called on the public to avoid consuming the product and urged vendors to withdraw it from shelves immediately. Surveillance and product testing are being intensified to track the distribution and remove the contaminated batches. This incident underscores ongoing concerns over product safety and cross-border regulation. NAFDAC has assured Nigerians on swift action and advised caregivers to be vigilant, checking labels and purchasing only certified infant foods. Nigeria's Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee has announced that virtual currencies, including cryptocurrencies, will be brought under tax net as part of the country's ongoing tax reform effort. Now, the committee's chairman, Taiwo Oyedele, revealed this development during an online lecture hosted by the Capital Market Academics of Nigeria, CMAN, on Wednesday. Oyedele explained that virtual currencies, though not issued by central authorities, represent digital assets of value that can be traded for fiat currencies. The new policy aims to ensure that economic activities within the virtual space contribute fairly to national revenue. Convertible cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Ethereum will be treated as taxable assets, aligning Nigeria with global trends in digital finance regulation. The inclusion of virtual currencies in tax framework is expected to boost revenue and enhance transparency in sector often criticized for its regulatory gray areas. Still to come in the news, Germany officially returns 12 significant artifacts to Ethiopia after a century in possession. We'll bring you more details after this break.
It begins with the ordinary. A shopper walks into a supermarket, picks a product from the shelf, marked 2,000 naira, and gets to the counter only to be told it costs 2,400 naira. To most Nigerians, it's just another frustrating moment at the checkout. But to the Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Commission, FCCPC, it's a violation, one that captures the complex realities of consumer rights and fair competition in Nigeria's fast-moving consumer goods sector. Between March and August 2025, the FCCPC recorded 1,543 consumer complaints within the FMCG sector, the second highest across all industries during that period. The complaints range from deceptive marketing and product defects to poor disclosure of terms and delayed complaint resolution. The FMCG industry, known for its quick turnover and intense price sensitivity, remains one of Nigeria's most competitive sectors. Yet, beneath its vibrancy lies a network of compliance hurdles and market pressure points. Bayo Olaoye notes in this special report that the FCCPC continues to face tough challenges in maintaining balance between regulation and market realities. He explains that some trade associations allegedly adopt restrictive practices such as uniform pricing, high membership fees, and entry barriers, which can distort fair competition if unchecked. In one notable case, he recalls, the FCCPC sealed a supermarket in Abuja in February 2024 after discovering discrepancies between displayed prices and checkout charges, a clear case of deceptive pricing. According to Olaoye's analysis, Nigeria's Federal Competition and Consumer Protection Act, FCCPA 2018, provides the strongest legal foundation for consumer rights protection in the country. The Act guarantees the right to safety, requiring that all goods and services sold to the public be safe for ordinary use. Unsafe products must be withdrawn immediately once identified. It also guarantees the right to information, ensuring that consumers receive accurate details about price, composition, quantity, and use conditions before purchase. Where goods turn out defective, the consumer is entitled to repair, replacement, or refund. Sections of the FCCPA further prohibit false representation, bait advertising, and exaggerated claims, with sanctions reaching up to 10% of a company's annual turnover. Olaoye points out that state agencies such as LASCOPA complement FCCPC's efforts, helping consumers access information, redress, and awareness of their rights. Despite these laws, FMCG companies operate under immense economic strain. Rising inflation, forex shortages, and unpredictable input costs have made compliance increasingly difficult. Several multinationals have either scaled down or exited the Nigerian market, citing high operating costs and regulatory pressures. Still, as Olaoye observes, consumer protection and fair competition remain non-negotiable principles for any healthy economy. In 2023, the FCCPC fined a multinational FMCG company $110 million for abusing market dominance and stifling competition. Olaoye highlights the case as a major signal of the Commission's resolve to hold both local and foreign players accountable. Olaoye argues that compliance should not be viewed merely as a legal requirement, but a strategic business investment that strengthens consumers' trust and market credibility. He recommends that FMCG firms integrate compliance clauses into contracts, conduct regular audits, and maintain transparent pricing practices. Predatory or collusive pricing, he warns, can damage reputation and attract severe sanctions. The way forward. For Nigeria's FMCG sector, the path forward lies in collaboration, transparency, and innovation. Olaoye concludes that legal practitioners and compliance officers must continue to bridge the gap between policy and practice through staff training, regulatory monitoring, and transparent communication. I'm Moyosore Adibi, SOUQ News TV.
Fellow Nigerians, did you know that constituency and executive projects in your communities are not gifts from your legislators? They are projects sponsored by the legislators and funded by the federal government to improve your life and the lives of those around you. These projects belong to you. Without your vigilance, they might never be completed. Don't allow them to fade away into unfulfilled promises. Stand up, take ownership, monitor their progress, demand accountability, and report concerns to ICPC. Call our toll-free line now on 0800 2255 4272 or WhatsApp only on 0806 656 4726. This message is brought to you by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC, with support from MacArthur Foundation and the Center for Democracy and Development in Africa, CDD.
Welcome back to World News. Now, 12 historically significant artifacts have been officially returned to Ethiopia after spending over a century in possession of a German family. The items collected in 1920s by Germany's former envoy to Ethiopia, Franz Weiss, and his wife Hedwig were handed over on Wednesday at a ceremony in Addis Ababa. The returned artifacts include crowns, traditional shields, and paintings, all of which have deep cultural and historical value in Ethiopia. They were received by the Institute of Ethiopian Studies at Addis Ababa University, marking another milestone in the global campaign for repatriation of African heritage items. Ethiopia has long advocated for the return of its looted or displaced treasuries, many of which were taken during colonial or diplomatic missions. Officials say the return of these objects not only restore a piece of Ethiopia's identity, but also sets an important precedent for future restitution efforts. Saudi Arabian Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman pledged to increase his country's U.S. investment to $1 trillion, up from the previous $600 billion commitment during his first Washington visit since 2018. Speaking alongside U.S. President Donald Trump at the U.S.-Saudi Investment Forum, the Crown Prince highlighted agreements worth $270 billion, including purchases of 600,000 NVIDIA AI chips and joint development of a 500-megawatt data center with Elon Musk's XAI. All giant Saudi Aramco also signed memorandum of understanding with major U.S. firms totaling over $30 billion. The forum attracted top executives from Chevron, Qualcomm, Cisco, General Dynamics, Pfizer, IBM, Google, Salesforce, Boeing, and Halliburton. Among others, emphasizing deepening financial and technological cooperation, the investment push follows a period of strained relations after the 2018 killing of Saudi critic Jamal Khashoggi, with bin Salman maintaining his de facto responsibility while denying direct involvement. Analysts note that despite ambitious domestic spending projects, Saudi Arabia's energy and land resources position it to expand AI and infrastructure investment in the United States. The U.S.-Saudi economic engagement aims to strengthen bilateral trade, boost technology and defense cooperation, and create new opportunities in AI, rare earth, and energy sectors. Market observers see the pledge as a strategic signal of resilience in the Gulf U.S. business ties, while analysts caution that the full realization of the $1 trillion target will require careful alignment of domestic and international priorities. The Bank of Japan is preparing to raise short-term interest rates at its December 18 to 19 meeting, with a Reuters poll showing a slim majority of economists expecting an increase from 0.5% to 0.75%. The move comes as the yen weakens to a 10-month low against the dollar and a record low versus the euro, raising concerns over imported inflation despite Japan's first economic contraction in 6 quarters during July to September. Underlying private demand remains strong, supporting a measured rate increase. Wage growth is projected at 4.9% for 2026, driven by robust corporate earnings. Although overall profits may dip slightly, economists highlighted that coordination with Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi's administration will be key to ensuring a smooth policy shift. The rate hike is seen as a step forward, normalizing monetary policy while maintaining fiscal and economic stability. Market participants view the December adjustment as a signal to stabilize inflation expectations and support the yen amid ongoing global currency volatility. Analysts caution that the central bank will continue monitoring manufacturing profit, wage negotiations, and consumer demand to calibrate further policy decisions through 2026. Now, China imported no soybeans from the United States for the second consecutive month in October, as high tariffs and depleted old crop supplies limited African shipment. Total imports reached a record 9.4 million metric tons, with Brazil supplying 7.12 million tons, up 28.8% year-on-year, and Argentina providing 1.57 million tons, a 15.4% increase. The shift underscores China's reliance on South American suppliers amid ongoing trade tensions with Washington. State-owned buyer COFCO has booked over 1 million tons of U.S. soybeans since late October, following diplomatic talks between the two countries. Now, despite the recent drop in U.S. arrivals, year-to-date imports of American beans have increased 11.5% to 16.82 million tons. Analysts view this as a partial recovery, though South American shipments continue to dominate China's import market. Market watchers say Brazil and Argentina now supply over 75% of China's soybean imports, signaling a long-term structural shift in global trade flows. Observers note that the United States faces increasing pressure to regain market share, while China's diversification strategy highlights the impact of tariffs and supply chain planning on commodity markets. Still on China, China's international bond market has been unprecedented demand, with bids exceeding $234 billion as global investors, including central banks, sovereign wealth funds, and insurers, flock to its debt. The surge comes after China successfully raised $8.6 billion in just 2 weeks by issuing bonds in both dollar and euro markets. The strong appetite reflects growing investor confidence in China's economic recovery following years of strict COVID curbs and regulatory crackdown on private enterprises. Analysts note that this trend underscores China's increasing attractiveness as a destination for international debt investment. Market observers say the record demand could help lower borrowing costs for China, while signaling renewed stability in its financial market, positioning the country as a key player in global debt issuance. China's Ministry of Commerce has declared that trade cooperation with Japan has been severely damaged following recent comments by Japanese Prime Minister Sanai Takaichi regarding Taiwan. The ministry on Thursday demanded a retraction, warning of escalating consequences if Tokyo fails to walk back its stance. The diplomatic tension stems from Takaichi's November 7 remark in Parliament, where she suggested that a hypothetical Chinese attack on Taiwan could warrant a military response from Japan. Beijing responded swiftly, calling the statement provocative and a threat to regional stability. Analysts say the row now risks spilling into critical economic sectors. China has already hinted at possible trade curbs, with Japanese exporters and investors bracing for retaliatory measures. Observers believe Tokyo may face mounting pressure to clarify its position as the fragile balance between Japan's national security posture and economic ties with China comes under intense scrutiny. Takashi Ito, a Japanese restaurant owner in Shanghai, has anticipated a business boost from China, lifting its ban on Japanese seafood. However, renewed diplomatic tensions between Beijing and Tokyo have crushed those expectations, with China doubling down on the restrictions this week. The soaring relation stemmed from remarks by Japan's new Prime Minister, Sanai Takaichi, who recently stated that a Chinese attack on Taiwan threatening Japan's survival could trigger a military response. The statement sparked outrage in Beijing and has spilled since over into economic retaliation, including trade and import curbs. Ito's case reflects the growing uncertainty facing Japanese businesses in China. Industry observers warn that the escalating spat could lead to wider trade disruptions affecting not just seafood but other Japanese exports. As both nations dig in, analysts fear prolonged economic fallout unless diplomatic bridges are mended. Still to come in the news, Turkish giant Galatasaray and Fenerbahce set for a heated January transfer of Ademola Lookman. Details of this after this break. Stay tuned.
The Trump administration has once again thrust U.S. immigration policy into the global spotlight with the recent announcement of a new voluntary self-deportation program that offers a $1,000 stipend to undocumented immigrants who agree to leave the country on their own. This incentive-based strategy is a calculated shift from the traditional, more aggressive deportation measures and is already stirring debate among policymakers, immigration advocates, and the public alike. The program, introduced in early May 2025, is being implemented by the U.S. Department of Homeland Security. It allows undocumented migrants to register for voluntary departure using the CBP-1 app, after which they will receive a government-funded flight and a $1,000 stipend upon confirmation of their exit. Homeland Security officials argue that this move is designed to save taxpayers significant amounts of money. According to data provided by the DHS, a forced deportation process costs the government an average of $17,121 per individual. In contrast, the stipend program is seen as a cost-effective alternative that also reduces the strain on overcrowded detention centers and court dockets. This new measure is a part of a broader, intensified effort by the Trump administration to curb illegal immigration and tighten control over the U.S. southern border. Since returning to power, President Trump has reinstated several policies from his first term, while introducing new ones aimed at deterring undocumented migrants. Deportation numbers have surged, with nearly 66,000 individuals removed from the U.S., within the first 100 days of his new term. Family detention centers, once heavily criticized for their impact on children, have been brought back into operation, while legal aid for unaccompanied minors have seen severe cuts. These developments come at a time when the United States is experiencing a historic high in its foreign-born population. As of 2023, nearly 47.8 million immigrants were residing in the U.S., with an estimated 11 million of them undocumented. Many of these individuals have lived in the country for over a decade, raising families and contributing to the economy. Immigrants, regardless of status, are a vital part of the U.S. labor force, contributing billions in taxes and significantly shaping industries such as agriculture, construction, and caregiving. Critics of the $1,000 self-deportation offer argue that the program may oversimplify the complex reasons behind undocumented migration. Many of those targeted by the program have deep roots in the U.S., including U.S.-born children, community ties, and long-term employment. Human rights organizations warn that such policies, while less aggressive on the surface, may pressure vulnerable individuals into making life-altering decisions without legal representation or full knowledge of their rights. There are also concerns about the ethical implications of offering monetary incentives for departure, particularly in cases involving asylum seekers or those fleeing violence. From a strategic standpoint, the administration insists that this approach is a practical way to reduce the migrant population without resorting to mass raids or extended detentions. Supporters say it offers dignity and a choice to undocumented migrants while protecting national interests. However, immigration experts question the actual effectiveness of the program, noting that similar efforts in the past have yielded limited results. The offer of $1,000 may not be enough to motivate individuals who have risked everything to seek better lives in the United States. The debate around this policy underscores the broader tensions within American immigration discourse, balancing border control and national sovereignty among humanitarian obligations and economic realities. With the 2026 midterm elections approaching, immigration remains one of the most polarizing and politically charged issues on the national agenda. In the wider global context, policies like this could set a precedent as other countries monitor the U.S. approach, especially those in Europe and parts of Africa facing rising migration numbers. Questions around voluntary migration, incentives, and state-led deportation policies are likely to spark wider international debates. What remains clear is that the Trump administration's latest move is not just a domestic policy. It is a bold, controversial experiment in reshaping the global migration conversation. I am Moyosore Adibi for SOUQ News TV.
Welcome back to the World News. Now, the United Kingdom is set to impose visa restrictions on countries that fail to cooperate with the deportation of their nationals in a new enforcement push under the Labour government. Home Secretary Shabana Malimud hinted at the plan, likening it to Trump-style visa bans aimed at pressuring foreign governments into speeding up repatriation efforts. The proposed measures would be rolled out gradually, starting with nations identified as having persistently low cooperation rates. UK officials say many sovereign governments either delay or refuse to issue travel documents required to facilitate deportations, frustrating enforcement operations. Analysts view the move as one of the Labour government's strongest stances on immigration control since taking office. It reflects growing domestic pressures to reduce net migration figures while addressing legal and administrative bottlenecks in deportation processes. The policy, if enacted, could reshape UK's diplomatic and visa relationships globally. The United Kingdom government is set to issue an additional £9 billion in its gilt fiscal this year, increasing total sales to £308.1 billion, the highest level since 2021. Now, the move revealed in a Bloomberg survey of 14 primary dealers aims to support Chancellor Raquel Reeves' upcoming budget and ensure the country's debt remains on a sustainable path. The range for estimates for extra gilt issuance spans from £299.1 billion to £315 billion. Analysts say the planned increase reflects heightened borrowing needs amid high inflation and ongoing fiscal pressures, signaling more intense scrutiny on debt management and market stability. Traders and investors are closely monitoring the market as additional gilt supply could affect yield, borrowing cost, and sterling performance, adding complexity to the United Kingdom's broader fiscal and monetary strategy. Germany's economy is poised for slight growth in the fourth quarter of 2025 as disruptions from United States tariffs ease. The Bundesbank reported earlier year export gains slowed in the following months, but exports and industrial activities are now expected to stabilize, supporting a modest rebound in overall output. The services sector will also contribute to growth, although expansion is likely to come primarily from non-consumer related industries. Analysts note that while the pace of recovery may be moderate, it signals improving resilience in key sectors. The Bundesbank emphasized that stabilization across both manufacturing and services should help Germany end the year on a cautiously positive note, reflecting the economy's ability to adjust to external trade pressures and shifting global conditions. The European Commission, EU, has unveiled a major revision of its ESG framework for investment industry, aiming to enhance competitiveness within the bloc. Under the new proposal, the Sustainable Finance Disclosure Regulation will no longer require asset managers to report the negative environmental or social impact of their entire portfolios. Instead, the overhaul introduces exclusion thresholds and a revised set of ESG fund categories, including a specific category focused on environmental and social transitions. The regulators say the changes are intended to streamline reporting, reduce administrative burdens, and encourage investment in sustainability-focused initiatives. The reforms is expected to provide asset managers with greater flexibility in ESG reporting while maintaining accountability for social and environmental outcomes, positioning the European market to attract both domestic and international sustainable investment capital. In sport, Super Falcons goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie claimed the Women's Goalkeeper of the Year award for the third consecutive year at the 2025 CAF Awards held in Rabat, Morocco. A consistent brilliance between the posts reaffirmed her status as one of Africa's top football talent. Meanwhile, Super Falcons captain Rasheedat Ajibade narrowly missed out on the Women's Player of the Year award, which went to Morocco's Ghislaine Chebak. It was a bittersweet night for Nigeria, with Ajibade's near win highlighting the country's strong presence in women's football. In the men's category, Morocco Ashraf Hakimi took home the Men's Player of the Year award, beating out Nigeria's Victor Osimhen and Egypt's Mohamed Salah. Hakimi's win halted Nigeria's recent dominance in the award, following Osimhen's 2023 win and Ademola Lookman's 2024 triumph. The result reflects a shift in continental football power ahead of the 2026 season. Still in sport news, Turkish giants Galatasaray and Fenerbahce are set for a heated January transfer battle as both clubs claim to secure a signature of Nigeria international Ademola Lookman. Now, the Atalanta winger has emerged as a top target following a turbulent few months in Italy. Lookman, 28, was one of the Serie A standout players last season, but has grown frustrated after Atalanta blocked a €45 million move to Inter Milan in the summer, demanding €50 million instead. failure transfer reportedly upset the player, leading to tensions with the club's management. The situation escalated when Lookman briefly walked out of the training, signaling a possible exit. With January window approaching, Galatasaray and Fenerbahce are closely monitoring developments, hoping to lure the winger to Istanbul. Analysts expect bidding war, especially with Atalanta's possibly reconsidering their stance to avoid dressing room unrest. And that's a wrap on the news, but before we go, here's a recap of today's top stories. Federal government, state and local governments shared 2.094 trillion naira as revenue for October 2025. Presidential Fiscal Policy and Tax Reforms Committee announces virtual currencies, cryptocurrencies, will be taxed under ongoing tax reform. Saudi Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman pledges to increase his country's U.S. investment to $1 trillion. The United Kingdom is set to impose visa restrictions on countries that fail to cooperate with deportation of their nationals in a new enforcement push. And in sport news, Super Falcons goalkeeper Chiamaka Nnadozie claims the Women's Goalkeeper of the Year award for the third time this year at the 2025 CAF Award. Many thanks for watching. Do well to follow us on all our social media platforms at SOUQ News TV. I am Olumide Shogun. Thanks for watching.
The Nigerian National Medicine Development Agency, NNMDA, was created in 1997 and backed by Act 2019 to enable the federal government of Nigeria through Federal Ministry of Science, Technology and Innovation actualize its critical and strategic mandates to research, develop, document, preserve, conserve and promote Nigeria's natural medicine defined as indigenous medicine. 4 Director Generals had steered the affairs of the agency since its creation 28 years ago. A new vista, however, opened in the history of the existence of the agency when Martins Emeje, a distinguished pharmacist and professor of nanotechnology, was appointed as the 5th Director General and Chief Executive Officer in May 2023. Before taking on the mantle of leadership at the NNMDA, Professor Martins Emeje was the Chair R&D at the National Institute for Pharmaceutical Research and Development, with many feats on drug formulation and R&D results to his credit.
I deliberately applied for this job. There was advertisement. I applied. I wrote the exam. It was an online exam. Nobody saw anybody. And 1 hour exam online. When you submit your answer sheet, you have a copy of the answer sheet that you have. So I have the copy of the answer that I submitted online that day. And that is my manifesto. So every month, I look at the answers that I submitted, and it guides me in the work that I do. As a researcher and proudly the first and only research fellow in Nigeria who is heading a research institute, I know exactly the problems of R&D in Nigeria, because nobody in Nigeria has or is currently heading a research institute, and he went through the rank and file from being a trainee researcher to an intern researcher, an NYSC researcher, and then a research professor. This is the background that I have.
Call him a round peg in a round hole, and you won't be wrong, as he hit the ground running, leaving a lot of innovations on his trail, achieving great strides in the areas of education, agriculture, and health, thereby raising the bar in R&D in natural medicine for the agency. From May 2023, when he was appointed, within just a few months, 4 oral solid dosage formulation products were unveiled.
My greatest moment actually happened on 8th of March 2024, when the Minister of Innovation, Science and Technology, Chief Uche Naji, came to Lagos in the campus of NNMDA here to launch 4 oral solid dosage forms. It was not just the first time it was happening in NNMDA, the very first time it was happening in Nigeria. We decided that we will go for education as a major target, as a major KPI. And we went for it aggressively and got accreditation to start a 2-year national diploma in natural medicine. So this agency, for the first time in Nigeria, we now have a school of natural medicine. It's never been heard before. It happened in this administration within these 2 years. Within these 2 years too, because the country saw that we had made explosive advancement in this area, we got upgraded to what we call an awarding body for national skills acquisition in traditional medicine. One of the best medicinal gardens that you can find in Africa right now is in this country, owned by the Nigerian Natural Medicine Development Agency, and we did this these 2 years. In fact, two of our products that is waiting for Mr. President launching was we got our raw materials from our Nasarawa State Farm in Karo. Nigeria is the largest producer of cassava in the world. Cassava. The only country that competes with Nigeria is Brazil. Yet, Nigeria does not have value-added cassava products. Yet, Nigeria imports starch to make pharmaceutical products. We made a presentation to the National Assembly, and the Senate of our National Assembly supported us. So we went into development of pharmaceutical grade starch. Today, we have pharmaceutical grade starch. In health itself, we have developed and submitted to NAFDAC about 23 different products. 23. And they are all at advanced stage of NAFDAC's regulatory assessment at this point. Now, 3 of such products plus 5 of what we did the previous years is available, and people, because we are a research institution not capacitated or competent by reason of mandate and skilling to do marketing, we do proof of concept, and we wait for entrepreneurs of pharmaceutical industries, nutraceutical industries, food industries to come take them to the market, right? But we also owe, because, like I said, the huge component of the Renewed Hope agenda is that people should be attended to, so that they know that they cannot lose their hope completely in their country. So in this environment, anybody who wants drug for hypertension, for malaria, for erectile dysfunction, for arthritis, for diabetes, for hepatitis, for about at least 8 different disease areas, they come to our pharmacy here to get the drugs.
The past 2 years, under the leadership of Professor Martins Emeje, has seen human capacity development like never before. a development that propelled the agency's researchers into breaking new ground.
This agency had never, in its almost 30 years of existence, had never participated in any local conference where researchers went with work they did in their own laboratory to go make competitive presentation. In our maiden outing, in these 2 years, we won 2 awards. We went out for the first time and we got 2 awards. We took first position and we took third position. That is gold and bronze. When I came, I met researchers that have been here working for 15 years but with 1 degree. And I told them, you can't be a researcher with 1 degree. So I embarked on rigorous and aggressive drive to partner and collaborate with investors. So we went into that. Today, as I'm talking to you, we have at least 13 researchers and of the agency that are doing different postgraduate studies in different universities in Nigeria. I have a staff that was in Zimbabwe for 6 months. Now he has a master's in intellectual property. At least 7 of my staff have gone to India.
Quality assurance has been one of the top priorities of the NNMDA Director General and the accreditation of the agency's laboratory and product development unit for pharmacy internship program by the Pharmacy Council of Nigeria a year ago. Under the watch of Professor Martins Emeje, the agency recently graduated its pioneer pharmacy interns.
I went into nanotechnology or nanosciences after PhD, and I had to go out of the country to train in this area for more than 4 years. So it's an area that I'm keen about. I'm one of the first people, if not the first, in Nigeria to have put in practice nanotechnology. What it has done to me as someone who studied Western pharmacy, which is more like macro study, it is that it has taught me how to manage resources, no matter how simple.
The last 2 years has seen NNMDA signing important memoranda of understanding with reputable academic institutions and other critical stakeholders in the areas of training and laboratory services to Nigerian universities. As part of its advocacy and public enlightenment drive, the agency brought together critical stakeholders in the nation's natural medicine space for a national dialogue on rethinking natural medicine aimed at galvanizing the needed support and political will.
I want the president of Nigeria to just be coming on television and saying that people, natural medicine, no other thing. Natural medicine, let's do our own. Let's do our own. Let him just be saying it. Anytime he's talking to press, let him say it. Because once people know that this is where the president is, this is where his mind is, this is what his body language is, they will start investing in natural medicine.
A turning point for the agency was the resolution of the National Assembly on Natural Medicine Gazette. The visit by the chairman, House Committee on Legislative Compliance, was a further demonstration of the renewed impetus.
We cannot have 160 million people subscribing to something, and then the remaining 40 million people, you now want to say that foreign medicine, what you call allopathic medicine, that is the superior to our natural medicine. No, it's not. So when the House of Representatives passed that resolution, I told myself, I have now achieved. So what I was thinking would take me 4 years to achieve, actually, we got it done in 2 years. And it's one of the, so our target has actually increased. The best place to actually functionalize or operationalize Renew Hope agenda, Mr. President, is in the health sector. It's in the health sector. And I always tell people, 2 things that if you have security in it, then you are safe. food and medicine. Any intervention, any project that we do, that it is not about developing our own indigenous resources, is short-term. It's not sustainable. The only sustainable form of development is indigenous development. So anybody who wants to give me support now, I will just tell you what I want. For example, I want all my staff to live in this compound. If you go to other countries of the world, all these staff of the research institution, they live inside the compound.
Inspiring a new mindset among staff and attitude to work, for the NNMDA Director General, the task of achieving the mandate and the vision of the agency is work in progress.
Trafalgar Square, established in 1844, is a symbol of British naval history and a popular cultural spot in London. Named after the 1805 Battle of Trafalgar, it has been the site of celebrations, protests, and cultural events, representing the changing identity of the city. It houses several landmarks, like the Nelson Column, St. Martin in the Fields Church, and the National Gallery. The Nelson's Column, a tribute to a naval hero, is the main feature of Trafalgar Square. Standing 52 meters tall, completed in 1843, it honors Admiral Horatio Nelson's victory at Trafalgar. The column is topped with a statue of Nelson, and 4 bronze panels at its base show scenes from his battles. Surrounding it are 4 large bronze lions added in 1867, symbolizing British power.
Iconic part of British culture, not just in its look, but this is very much the sort of centre of London. You know, whenever there's a celebration, a protest, it's a public space that's very important for a lot of not just people that live in London, but for the UK. You know, it's a place where people would congregate. You know, I remember being here all around the 25 Olympics, but it was very much one of the centerpieces of British iconic culture. Yeah, no, you used to be able to climb on the lions when I was younger, but you can't do anymore. So there you go. That's progress for you.
St. Martin's in the Fields Church, reputed as an architectural gem, was built between 1722 and 1726. It is known for its neoclassical design by architect James Gibbs, and is famous for its portico and steeple, and has influenced architecture worldwide. The church also a rich musical history, hosting concerts and helping the homeless.
Yeah, I actually came to London just on a little day trip, and then I remembered that this church sometimes has classical music on, so I just popped in, and there's no concert, but there were some people practicing. So there's a quartet of violins, and they made some lovely, sort of practice for some classical concert. So I really enjoyed just sitting there for 10 minutes, listening to it. It's lovely. It's a really nice church, and it's nice that people don't use it much time. So maybe we should have a nice coffee as well.
The National Gallery, founded in 1824, is a treasure trove of art. Located on the north side of Trafalgar Square, it houses over 2,300 artworks from the 13th to 20th century, with free public access to masterpieces from major European artists.
I'm not really sure. I haven't been through the museum yet, but I'm here for a Christian heritage tour to kind of learn more about the history of the Protestant Reformation in England and Christian history here in England through the paintings that are in the gallery. So that's what I'm here for today.
Trafalgar Square blends Britain's naval history with modern art and culture. It remains an important public space, attracting millions of visitors each year to experience London's rich heritage and vibrant atmosphere. Chike Okolo, reporting for SOUQ News.
From Dubai to Lagos, Nigeria, and across the globe, SOUQ News TV is your #1 station focusing on business, economy, and development. With global digital reach, we connect Africa's pulse to the world stage. Welcome to SOUQ News Television, and here we go beyond the headlines. From breaking news, in-depth conversational programs, to market analysis and indices. From policies affecting growth to unique documentaries, from live event coverage to bespoke productions, we deliver content that connects you to the world. At SOUQ News Television, we provide news surrounding business, economy, and development, infomercials and jingles that stand out, short and long-form documentaries crafted to international standards, independent production spaces with full technical support, special coverage for individual and corporate events, a special form of documentaries through our prestige package, Immortals, where we tell your story the way you'd love it, and business support services tailored for small enterprises. SOUQ News TV, powered by FemWatch Limited, also home to the Isle 95.9 FM Lagos and Kasua 99.7 FM Kano, and Emirate News Television Abuja, together forming Africa's trusted media powerhouse. Storytelling, coverage, and connection that matters. SOUQ News TV, your home for business, economy, and development.